Good morning, everybody. If we could make our way to our seats because we are going to kick off. Okay, good morning and welcome to the June edition of Transport Infrastructure Delivery Committee meeting. Thanks for being here. Just a couple of reminders. We have the meeting being live webcast. We also have electronic meeting attendance protocols in place for those online, so if you could just make sure you follow those. And also, we are going to be using Resolve today, so if you put your hands up and you wonder why you don't get anywhere, it's because I will ignore you and force you to use Resolve. So if we could do that, that would be fantastic. The first item is our apologies, and we have apologies of lateness for Matt, who's right on time, so we'll take that back. Early departure for Christine. Have no other apologies, don't be fooled by who's in the room.
Chair, sorry, Chair. Apologies for Victoria, she's just had to step out on other council business.
Okay.
Yep.
So apologies for lateness for Victoria. And then electronic link, we have Alf and Greg, and then Christine will be a little bit later on. So someone likes to move those apologies be accepted. Thanks, Lotto. Second. Thanks, Shane. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Just a reminder in regards to declarations of interest, we've had none. Confirmation of the minutes for the meeting at 19th of May. Someone like to move? Thanks, Richard. Second. Thanks, Bo. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. We have no items not on the agenda that I've been made aware of. We have no petitions. We do have 2 items of public input. And so the first one up, Niall and Jody from the Rail Advocacy Institute of New Zealand. So come on forward, gents. Welcome back, Niall. Always good to see you. And welcome, Jody. And we've had your presentation, but just a reminder, we've got 5 minutes, and so away you go.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So our presentation is kind of 2 interrelated projects, which is basically Next Harbour Crossing plus Airport Rail. And we'll move on. Do I do this? No, that's it. Okay, so they're kind of long term, nothing is immediate, but we need a vision for Auckland and we need to know where we're going with our transport systems. So what we do need is another railway line to link the North Shore to the rest of the system, and we need the airport connected to a rapid rail system. The long-term concerns about this, the Auckland Harbour Bridge is basically getting knocked about by heavy vehicles. It wasn't designed to take, and so we need to get them off, so that's buses and trucks. The other thing is that the amount of commuters are increasing, and they will continue to increase, and they will need to have some sort of decent transport to get them over there. So 7.373 million at the moment. And the next one through. Okay, the busway won't be able to accommodate that sort of demand. If light rail is brought in, it'll have limitations as well. And the North Shore is the last significant part not on the rapid rail system. Okay, the crossing must, at minimum, accommodate heavy vehicles, that's trucks and buses. So it offers 2 forms of public transport, rapid rail and buses, and it gets the trucks off the motorway, off the Auckland Harbour Bridge, which will reduce its maintenance costs and increase its longevity. And the crossing must be capable of handling rapid rail. Rail can integrate into the rest of the system, and the other thing is that it actually provides relief for Auckland. Some people have got a fear that it will increase congestion. It actually enables things to actually get unstuck. Because if the CRL actually blocks up, you can still run trains into Auckland, but you run them into Britomart, and then you just send them over the harbour bridge and then back again, and you can actually keep a semblance of your system going. Also, when you've got the airport rail, you've got a second southern line, so if you get blockages there, you can reroute around that second route as well. Next, thanks. So it can only be a bridge. We totally oppose any tunnels. Tunnels are expensive, and you'll end up with 4 of them, 2 for road and 2 for rail. Auckland Airport has nearly 20 million people using it every day. The Mangere Employment Hub has 30,000 workers. Mangere itself has 20,000 people living there. And the airport is developing up to about 40 million eventually. You've also got the Purnui West area, which is developing industrially. So you've got more and more people coming into the area, and everybody is getting there by road transport. That photo, if you look up there, that's taken out of my rear vision mirror, and I've reversed it so that you can actually see what it looks like. Every Friday I come back from Glenbrook, and I stop there at Purnui, and I have stop-start all the way to the other side of the Mangere Bridge, and that's because everybody's coming out of the airport. And so it won't be long before somebody's asking for an extra lane on State Highway 20. Sydney has 8 million passengers per annum using its airport rail. Perth has 6 million. Airport, Mangere and Purnui West need high-capacity transport rail, and light rail won't cope. We need a rapid rail route for the route from the Wiri through the airport to Mangere. That links up, it's a through railway line, nothing to do with Spurs. I don't know where the Spurs idea came from. Also, when you've got the Avondale to Southdown line, a link at Onehunga would actually give you 3 options into Auckland, either via Penrose or via Mount Albert and Mount Roskill, as well as around the waterfront. So the beauty of this is that the airport is suddenly linked with every single area of Auckland, west, north, south, the lot. And so is the CBD. Another part of this is that you could actually be running a circular train from Auckland CBD via the waterfront, Panmure and Otahu, Purnui stops only, 33 minutes to the airport. That's about as quick as it gets. And it's a very pleasant way in and out of the city that way, that journey for tourists and the like. And that would also be able to go up through Onehunga and Mount Roskill that way. It also links the west and Mount Roskill to the airport employment hub. It's also a release valve for the main south line because it can, if there's a blockage on the around the Penrose area there, it can actually come up and get around it through the airport. Or it can even, if there's a blockage just a bit further north than that, it can still get to the CRL by going through Mount Roskill. And these are all the places that it links with. One of the other beauties of this whole plan is that nowadays with modern technology, we could probably get away with building both these railways without any catenary up above by using battery technology, and with ETCS we probably won't even have to build a signalling system. Ribbon development is sort of a little pet thing of mine, and I can see the possibility if we got up as far as Silverdale, we could go across to Copper, create a loop rail, and then from sort of Cumu through to Silverdale, you could actually build this ribbon development. You've got the program on that. Third platform at Purnui, we need that now. So that people can just get out and get into the bus and not go over the top. And just a quick update for trains to Hurpai. Dave Gordon from Kiwi Rail said he'd look at this after the CRL is opened, and there's still an offer on the table for a developer to actually pay for the trains, and there's a private outfit that has got the trains to use on that service. So that's it. I'll hand over to my colleague. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. And then just on the last point about customer satisfaction, as we know, customer satisfaction has hit rock bottom levels, and the City Rail Link does offer an opportunity for a reset. But the thing is that we were promised reliable trains back in 2014, and so there is the risk of once bitten, twice shy. The other issue is that the City Rail Link, whilst offering faster train trips for some passengers, others are missing out. For example, the draft timetable that was released by TVNZ a few months ago indicated that Papakura to downtown all stops will take 55 minutes, up from the current 54, and 10 minutes longer than in 2005 under the older DMUs. So that's just something to bear in mind as a short-term option, but we are, of course, more focused on long-term stuff today. So thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, gentlemen. Questions, Ken?
Thank you. Trains to Huapai, just a couple of questions. There's no physical impediment stopping the trains, a train service going between, say, circulating between Swanson and, say, Helensville. Is that correct? The line's all up to spec?
So, yeah, KiwiRail argue that, and they say that it's not. We believe it is. They could run trains tomorrow. But KiwiRail will argue that it's not. But KiwiRail are arguing all sorts of weird things that actually amounted to a consultant's report of $145 million required to actually get the line up to scratch. However, in discussions, just when we first got that report, we sat down with KiwiRail people and we knocked 50 million off it over a cup of coffee. And we've actually got that down to about 10 million now, but Dave's holding on to his 50 million, I think. But all it needs is a bit of, there are some bridges that need replacing, some small bridges. That's just end of life stuff. And but they can still be used. They're not unsafe.
Would the operator of that service have to have their own rail operating licence under the rail regulator?
Yes, and the organisation does have an operating licence and would be able to run these. Yeah.
Does that rail operating licence or the rail regulator, the NZTA rail regulator, would they not determine whether the line is fit for purpose or not when they issued the licence to do that travel?
Well, that's one of the things that we've argued, that it's really up to the regulator to say, but KiwiRail are standing firm and saying that they wouldn't let us do it. They still, because they actually run they actually are responsible for the infrastructure, they can actually oppose it.
What do you think about the situation where we are talking about time of use charging on the motorways? We're putting extra homes all up through the northwest there, and we are spending huge amounts of money on a bus system, which I'm not opposed to, but is a long way off yet, and there's a rail line sitting right there that could be used tomorrow.
I agree with you, and it's important to note that the two-lane road out of Qemu carries 1,000 more cars than Transmission Gully does per day, and it carries 16,000 more cars than the Southwestern, or the Waikato Expressway. So those people are in for a phenomenal commute, and it's just totally ridiculous, and I can't understand why it's taken us so long to get this.
Thank you. One last question, if I may, sorry to interrupt. How many services sensibly chugging backwards and forwards on the one line with older technology, not electric, how many services a day could we do out of, say, Waimelku or even Helensville?
Yeah, we've actually done a timetable for half-hourly trains in the morning and hourly trains through the day, and sort of 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. would be roughly the service. The only little anomaly is that with the without a rebuild of the Waitakere station, it would mean that in the morning trains going north wouldn't stop at Waitakere, but they would be going south, and it would be reversed in the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We need to campaign on this, Mr. Chair.
You started. Okay, Christine.
Oh, thank you. Niall, I always really look forward to your perspectives on things, and thank you for all the interest that you've shown over many years. I've got two questions for you. One is, can you further expand on why it has to be a bridge? You gave some brief references to it, but if you could speak in greater detail to that for a harbour crossing. And the second question, so you can be ready, is your perspective on the Avondale-Southdown line.
Well, my perspective on the Avondale-Southdown line is that it's great. That's something that we really need. And for the local people, it won't be as bad as they think. There's a lot of panic there going on. Most of it will actually sit in a cutting, and quite frankly, it could be cut and cover, some of those things, if the residents are really upset, and everything will be electrified. It won't be noisy diesels climbing up the hills there. And it also offers an opportunity with airport rail to have that connection through to the west. So that's that. The opposition to the road is that if you actually build a road tunnel, you're going to automatically open it up to heavy vehicles and cars. We don't need any more cars coming into the CBD, and it will encourage more cars coming into the CBD because you've got the harbour bridge and a tunnel. The other thing is that it'll be a lot more expensive in that you'll have to have a southbound tunnel for road, a northbound tunnel for road, and eventually you'll be wanting a northbound tunnel for rail and a southbound tunnel for rail. So you've got 4 tunnels instead of just one bridge. Okay.
Lottie?
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Thanks, guys. I absolutely support the kaupapa of having better public transport connections to the airport. But obviously, you know, there was a light rail plan and that got thrown in the bin, hundreds of millions of dollars down the drain. Clearly central government holds the key if you're wanting to get heavy rail to the airport. How have you done with that lobbying? Have you got any sort of positive indicators from the government that they might support that kaupapa?
Sorry. This government's not very sympathetic to rail, but I've a lot of support from Labor and the Greens for it. So, yeah, they will go there. And talking of light rail, let me say light rail was airport to Northcote, just sort of seemed to be sort of not serving anybody's purposes really very well. And it was a very confusing thing. But what we're doing at the moment is a lot cheaper and a lot more usable. Because we're just tacking on to what we already have.
Kia ora, thanks.
And finally, a small one from Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Potter, we hear from people presenting to us all the time that Kiwi Rail is stopping us from doing these things, yet Auckland Council or Auckland Transport are the public transport provider. Who's got control to say, get your bum into gear and get us some trains on that empty line?
Oh, Kiwi Rail own the rail, of course, so it's their rail network. They have presented to this committee before, or its predecessor before, on Huapai, and we could invite them to come back and give an update on that. That's something we can do, but Kiwi Rail, it's their asset, is the rail network.
Shane?
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly on the Kumu Rail, I know it wasn't the purpose of your presentation, but you did raise it a bit. You've been giving us figures for CapEx, so do you have any figures on operational? How much is it going to cost a year to run that train?
I actually don't have the operating costs off the top of my head. No, I don't. I could get them for you, though.
Ballpark or?
No, I can't ballpark it.
Okay, that's all cool.
Yeah,
cool.
sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. It wasn't the purpose. So no.
Yeah.
Just
But
thought I'd give it a go.
It wouldn't be a king's ransom.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Julie?
Oh, kia ora, thank you. I'm interested in the integration of a future rail line to the North Shore with the existing busway. There's a little bit of worry about how do we fit both of those things in that space. So, because the busway obviously hugely successful, and we don't want to take that offline while we add another mode. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I suppose the decision will have to be made has it got the capacity, and is it worth keeping going like that as it is? The other thing, one of the AT engineers told me one day, he says it's often best to just put, if you've got a busway and you want to put a railway in, have a slightly different route for the railway. So there is a need sort of over in the Northcote area, so it could perhaps move over that way a little bit. Yep.
Just to add to that, when Perth built the Mandurah line in the early part of the century, short section superseded a busway which ran from Canning Bridge through to the Perth Central Business District. And so they just had to take that offline for the period of time while they constructed the Mandurah line rather than keeping both modes. So certainly options available if push comes to shove.
Would you see Perth as quite a useful example? I've actually taken that airport line in Perth. Would you see that as quite a useful example for us to look to?
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Yeah, just to take up the question of rapid rail, heavy rail to the airport, obviously that's a significant strategic project or concept. In the new rearranged Auckland Transport, Auckland Council roles in transport, are these sorts of strategic questions the responsibility of Auckland Council, or do they still remain the responsibility of AT?
Sorry, Councillor, I missed a little bit of that. I think you're asking, though, rail to the airport, is that an Auckland Transport responsibility or Auckland Council responsibility? Was that correct, or can you just correct me?
That's correct, Mr. Potter, yes.
Well, with the changes that are coming, it becomes an Auckland Council responsibility. It does, of course, include Kiwi Rail as well.
Yes.
When we're talking about rail, so yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And of course, the difference between rapid rail to the airport is you'd have to construct a line to the airport. Whereas Huapai, there is already a line, and indeed an as-new station. That's the difference. One is strategic and one is merely tactical, but we don't seem to be making much progress on either, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, so thank you, gentlemen. Good to see you again. Someone like to move that we thank them? Thanks, Ken. Seconder? Thanks, Desley. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Okay, next up, public input, we have Greater Auckland, and so Connor Sharp and Patrick Reynolds. Good morning, gentlemen. And all yours.
Kia ora koutou, my name is Connor Sharp and I'm with Patrick Reynolds on behalf of the Transport and Urban Issues charity Greater Auckland. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. We're here to talk to you about a fantastic bridge proposal we've seen for the next Wairunta Harbour crossing. Every time. The reason we're here is because, unfortunately, the current process leaves a lot to be desired. It's a top-down, secretive process dictated by NZTA and Wellington that for decades has spat out unrealistic and unaffordable proposals while ignoring other compelling options. And the reality is, if we want to make progress and actually deliver something great, we need to have an open conversation where Aucklanders and Auckland Council lead the development of a solution that addresses our city's needs.
Kia ora tātou. So there is nothing about the business case process that leads to an enduring solution, and this sort of mega project will need to be cross-party and across a period of time. The secretive process with the same consultants again and again maximises or incentivises supersizing the project. Yet there is and gets divorced from the problem case. They suffer from predetermination. So it's important to go back to the problem case. We have a bridge that has performed extraordinarily well in its limited way. It has only ever been a traffic lane bridge, and it's done that extremely well, really, given that it is 67 years old. It has always suffered from lacking the full modal capacity. So the missing modes on any future crossing must be the first priority. Secondly, we have an imbalanced traffic network. This isn't about adding a huge amount of extra capacity for more traffic to flood either the motorway system or the city centre with new traffic. But we have a situation where the 8 lanes of the bridge are approached by 5 to 6 on either side. And through the clever use of the tidal system, that is the reason we have this. We have 5 lanes approaching a 4-lane bridge. It works extremely well in the peak direction, but the counter peak now is becoming continually jammed because that's going down to 3 lanes. So the key thing is to balance the traffic lanes as they already exist, because there is no further capacity south or north in the motorway network nor in the local roads. So that's the key traffic task, and also ideally to separate regional from local traffic. Secondly, of course, we have a resilience problem. We have a single point of failure. We have a bridge which can have a very long life, but it is now facing some very serious renewal that will probably take lanes offline. So before that kind of work could be done, we do need to supplement it. But the key idea must be to do it as cheaply as possible, to do no more than we need. So it needs to be a complete solution, and it needs to be the most cost-effective one. And we just want to show this example here, not because we necessarily are certain this is the best possible way forward, but that this is the kind of thinking that is being ignored. So this is adding essentially a 6-lane bridge on the most direct route between the viaduct and Victoria Park, so touching both sides of the harbour very lightly, nothing happening on Northcote Point at all. In fact, we can reduce lanes on St Mary's through St Mary's Bay. And this also provides 2 rapid transit lanes that are rail ready. So this is they would initially be used by buses on the Northern Busway, but then they are capable of hosting light rail or metro rail in the future. So this is a step towards getting a North Shore system while having an immediate use. Also, the all-important walking and cycling is also added. This adds, give me another slide. So this is the proposed alignment. 1 foot of the proposed cable stay bridge would be on the current breakwater at Westhaven Marina. It is 30 metres above Westhaven Marina, so masts are not compromised. It is as high as the current bridge, so again vessels are no further compromised. And it lands at the toll plaza, so it's very light touch on the other side. On that drawing, the yellowy orange is new work, green is untouched, and blue is rearranged a bit. This is a very light touch for such enormous amenity. Okay. So here's a capacity chart. We're talking currently 30,000 people per hour currently to 75,000. So that's 150% increase in capacity. So that's future-proofing for decades and decades and decades. It's also hosting every single mode. So the heavy lifting that rapid transit does in terms of people is hugely effective. Okay, we better keep moving. Another one of the things that has always bothered me, and I was involved in a whole lot of workshops about this at NZTA, are what I call untested assumptions. So one of the assumptions that has always dogged NZTA's position is that a bridge can't be done. It's too much of an intervention in the harbour. I don't follow that reasoning, and I'm not necessarily claiming that I know better than they do, but I think this is an assumption that needs to be tested with the public. A beautiful, magnificent bridge is a possibility. And if you go back and look at the footage of when the original bridge was being built, the public were absolutely enraptured by this process of it being built and were completely involved and invested in it. Also, you get the enormous ability to do a great deal of the work in the harbour and through prefabrication is much less disruptive. There is no enormous, remember the hole in Mount Eden for the tunnel boring machine? There's going to be 2 of those if you tunnel. But worst of all, the proposed 2 road tunnels from NZTA is just repeating the same thing we've done before, which is only provide for road traffic. The idea that we would come along and do a multi-billion-dollar pair of tunnels again for rapid transit is really fanciful. There is insufficient focus on affordability in the current proposal, in as much as we are allowed to see it, of course, at this point. Okay. This is a great cartoon from when the first bridge was opened, the idea that the bridge graced the harbour. This is the example on the other side is a cable stay bridge in Scotland. Modern bridge technology it can be spectacular, can be beautiful, and incredibly effective and resilient. Okay.
So I think the thing about this is the best, most cost-effective, comprehensive solution we've seen, but it's also just a starting point, and we think this is a really, really important debate, especially heading into the development of the 30-year transport plan this year. And so we want to work together with, you all as well as the public to develop a solution that we can actually be proud of for generations to come. So, yeah, happy to take any questions, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, guys. First question, Ken. Thank you. Yeah, really, really interesting. Just a question. Whenever I hear talk about tunnelling, I keep thinking of all the material that's going to come out of those tunnels. What sort of percentage, of the calculation, what's the embedded cost in getting rid of all that compared to what I would think would be? I'm just trying to understand myself the concept difference between those two things.
Yeah, truckload after truckload after truckload. It's important to note that in other places, say like Crossrail in the UK, they were able to use the rail network to take away spoil. They've used barges. We just put them on trucks and burn diesel and chug them through the city centre. And the city rail link tunnels were very small in diameter compared to 3-lane road tunnels, which meant obviously the volume goes up enormously. And it depends a great deal on the price of diesel, which is kind of opposite at the moment. So that is a big disruption to the existing road networks. A decade or more of trucking that stuff around. Thank you, Councillor.
I think some context as well, like our understanding is a proposal like this, you could do between maybe $4 and $6 billion, whereas if you're looking at a tunnel, it's probably upwards of 10, 15, 20 billion. So it's a substantial difference.
Thank you. John?
Thanks. Great presentation, guys. And I certainly agree with your comments about the secretive nature of anything to do with the Harbour Bridge. We as a council haven't even formulated a position or even studied things. So thank you very much for coming in and putting this before us. Did you say that was one of those clips there? Was that the fourth bridges in Edinburgh, the ones from Scotland?
Not quite clear where it is.
Okay, so the fourth bridges are 3 bridges side by side and aesthetically quite stunning and spanning 3 different centuries. The latest one opened in 2017 for about 1.3 billion, I think, from memory, going right to the old rail bridge that was built in the 1890, still used to take traffic. Now, over there, and I just wonder, I'd be interested in your view, over there, the newest bridge, the one built in 2017, that just carries cars, trucks, vans and motorcycles. The road bridge that was having similar troubles to our bridge in terms of maintenance, used by buses, taxis, pedestrians and cyclists, and then we have this old historic beautiful rail bridge that takes the rail network north. Now, your configuration is a little bit different than that, but as far as that notion of side-by-side, aesthetically quite stunning, and each contributing to different modes of transport, do you see any possibility where yours could be adapted to, you know, to be very similar to something that's actually working really well in another big city in Britain?
All over the world, there are examples of combined mode bridges. Finland has just opened a light rail and walking and cycling bridge, for example, with no traffic lanes. There's also the Tilikum Bridge in Seattle is the same. This is not novel. It is standard. The idea that we can't have another bridge because we've got one, I've never understood. I mean, what, they couldn't build the Williamsburg Bridge because they already had the Brooklyn Bridge? It's just beyond me. And the tourism opportunities of being able to be out there in the glorious Waitemata Harbour are enormous. A road tunnel is a very inflexible, blunt instrument, and tunnels are extremely expensive to operate, much more expensive than bridges. So they're complaining about a 25 per annum maintenance bill on the current bridge. Annualise that out, it's $250 million over a decade, that's quite a lot. Okay, that's absolutely true, but tunnels will cost that as well. And we're talking about a 6-7 kilometre tunnel, 3 times the length of Waterview. Any kind of problem in there, that's a very serious risk. Whereas we could be out in the middle of the harbour on all modes and experiencing it.
The other thing about this proposal is it's quite flexible. So, you know, while if you can see the configuration here, you know, we're putting southbound traffic on the new bridge, but northbound on the existing bridge. If you had to, for example, do major renewal works on the old bridge, you could also, you know, move traffic onto the new bridge and vice versa. So you kind of maintain that capacity while, you know, there are stuff happening. So.
Thank you. Sarah.
Kia ora, thanks for this. I believe it's the Queensferry crossing that's pictured rather than the Forth Road or Rail Bridge. So there's 3 crossings over the Firth of Forth. There's been issues, famous issues, with some of the infrastructure on the Forth Rail Bridge, but it is iconic, and I believe they've sorted the paint issue now. And I'm going to take this opportunity to bring up Scottish literature and say that we avoid anything that resembles the Tay Bridge, immortalised by the poet William McGonagall. Right, my actual question. When we're talking about bridges, one thing that isn't in your presentation, one thing that I profess ignorance of is the kind of average lifespan of the bridge. So with the second crossing, is there an anticipated extension to the lifetime of the current harbour bridge? And if so, what would that be? And what's the anticipated lifetime of this potential proposal here?
Okay, so when I was a director of NZTA, we had a whole day site visit on the current bridge. This is up in 2022, and the engineer in charge of maintaining the bridge, under a great deal of cross-examination, assured us that with maintenance, the effective life of the bridge is infinite. Important, with maintenance. Now, NZTA does very dutifully do maintenance, but I do believe they are saying the truth when they say that it does need substantial renewal at this age, and this, or a project like this, enables that to happen. We could take both clip-ons off and rebuild them and still have the same number of traffic lanes that we have now with this proposal. We would have 4 on the new bridge, 4 on the old bridge in the middle centre span. So in terms of getting further life out of what we've already got, and not wasting that current investment, this is the kind of model. And it's key that the new crossing is combined modes, because the real heavy lifting is done by rapid transit. The volumes, and we know this from the busway, which is one of the 3 reasons the current bridge still functions, because of the enormous pressure that the bus traffic take off at peak times along with the clever tidal use and the upper harbour crossing, of course, which has enabled the current bridge to work.
I think regarding maintenance as well, as Patrick said, it's sort of ship of Theseus, just to bring up my own reference, but I think the other thing about, I guess, there's often a lot of urgency put forward in terms of the existing bridge needing maintenance, and, you know, if you think about how there's no reason why you couldn't build a bridge like this within a decade, whereas if you think about what a tunnel might be, we think about the experience of, say, City Rail Link, like, that's going to take a lot longer, and that's assuming everything goes perfectly. So when we do have to do major, you know, renewals on the existing bridge, it's much better to deliver a solution that we can actually deliver within a reasonable time frame rather than something that might take 10, 20 years or longer. So.
And is that part of the argument for a second bridge crossing as well, and that if, given the importance of maintenance and the life and durability and all that of a bridge, if one needs to be closed for an extended period of time for some substantial maintenance, there's an alternative. Yeah. Is that part of the argument?
Yeah, and I think, because the other thing as well is, like, building a bridge like this, it still doesn't even exclude you in the future from doing a tunnel if that's something that Auckland needs. So there is very little reason, at least from our perspective, you know, we could be wrong, but that you can't just build a bridge first and then, I guess, reassess if you might need that tunnel in the future. But, you know, as I said about the flexibility, you know, if one bridge does need maintenance, you can, you know, close off or close part of, you know, one bridge and move stuff onto the other. It's, yeah, it provides flexibility. It provides that true resilience.
Yeah, again, it's interesting, the Firth of Forth comparison, because that's 3 bridges servicing a population of about a third the size that we're talking about here. So it's not, you know, disproportionate to be talking about 2 bridges for this population. Got it.
Righto, no answer to that, so we'll move to Desley.
Thank you, very interesting. My question is around what happens when you get to the other side. Do you think that in your modelling, because I think one of the biggest problems coming up into the same place is you've got all this traffic and then you get onto a motorway network that actually goes down to sort of 2 lanes at Constellation. Are you convinced that the traffic flow won't be bottlenecked when it gets to that narrow bit over both ends?
If we were adding many more lanes, yes, there's nowhere for it to go. But this essentially just balances the existing lanes on both sides. I mean, we do think it would be extremely unwise to add surplus lanes, because the only places they could go on the city side would be the city centre or the inner suburbs and local roads on the shore, which would be really counterproductive.
Kind of, that's the point I want you to really stress, because in every other option, it's looking to be other lanes. So I think that's the key to this proposal. Thanks.
Okay, Richard.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, a similar question to Deputy Mayor. If the rumours are true, it's sounding like it's going to be a bunch of lanes and probably no public transport, which, you know, I bus most days, or even if I drive over the bridge is the fastest part of the ride. How would it even land, or even in your, so probably not in yours, but with 6 lanes, 4 to 6 lanes of new traffic, how would that land on the North Shore? The way you would have seen, I imagine, massive viaducts and things.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen, this is the beef of the centre of the problem. We haven't seen the latest proposal, but from what I'd previously seen, they envisage enormous interchanges on the shore. I mean, it's very invasive. Also, there is a problem with the current approaches to the bridge being very close to sea level, and whatever we do, there will need to be a project to defend them against storm surges. And this proposal here, which does add an additional walking, cycling, and one extra direction of rapid transit on the northern approach, gives you an opportunity to do a project like they've just completed in Wellington, an ecologically sensitive bund to defend the existing routes. So it's a light touch, but at the same time, it future-proofs what there is.
I was going to say, I think hopefully we did send some other, I guess, materials that has a little bit more detail on some of the approaches that might be useful. And we have other detail that we can provide that we've gotten from the people who, have designed this proposal, which we're, happy to send around as well. So.
Yeah. I was just in Melbourne in the weekend for a friend's 40th, and we used the Westgate Tunnel, which was, I think, $5 billion when it was proposed, and it was $10.5 billion when it finished. But that, I think, is a maximum toll of like $16 a day. What are you looking? Have you heard or done any work on the expected tolls for?
Yeah, no, this is absolutely critical to this, because this is why we're so focused on affordability, because how you fund it, and I have, again, this is not public, but there's a great deal of talk about tolling the new and the existing, but also charges on every household in Auckland, all sorts of schemes. Now, the more expensive your project, obviously, the more punishing they will be, and there is also a kind of conundrum for the traffic planners, because the higher the toll, to make the toll meaningfully address the cost, that will reduce driving. I mean, it is a form of demand management, and certainly if you get to $16, not only will there be a revolt, I suspect, by your voters, but also traffic demand will drop enormously, and the buses will be completely swamped.
Yeah, and last question, just obviously, I support public transport first, because adding 6 more lanes of traffic would be a disaster for the whole city. But where does this project, and I haven't read the details, sorry, land? Because there was always a plan to have rail replace the busway, but with getting back towards 8 million trips a year, you can't close the busway for 3 or 4 years while you dig it up. So what's the...
I can talk to that. And this has been done all over the world. You can take out sections of the busway, run the buses on the shoulder on the motorway. Buses are completely capable of running on the motorway. You temporarily make that into a bus lane for each section, and work day and night to get that track down and do it in operating sections. You can also, and this is common around the world, run buses on routes with track. So, it's messy, but engineers are clever people. This transition can be managed. It has been done overseas, and I think it's important that is explored, because just saying, oh, we can run a different route. I mean, the right of way is the enormous cost. Just saying we can just hallucinate a new rapid transit route. You're talking multiple billions. The North Shore is a very crowded space, and you'll be tunnelling or elevating to do that. So I think we should look very closely at converting the busway to higher capacity as it is needed, and it will be.
I think this is also why I sort of spoke about, this is kind of the conversation that should be fitting into discussions around the 30-year plan, where, yes, we actually do want to find a good solution for this specific project, but it does need to fit in with the existing network as well, and like how you might prioritize or schedule, maybe you build this bridge and then it's, in 5-10 years you do one stage of conversion or something like that. So yeah.
And there's a really critical point. We learnt a very good thing from the rail revival in Auckland this century, which is to break enormous projects into chunks. So when the government agreed to rail electrification, they did not agree to the City Rail Link, even though that electrification made the City Rail Link a more viable project later. So we are proposing this bridge has rapid transit lanes on it. There is no need to solve the problem of a rail system on the North Shore in order to build that. You build rapid transit right away across the harbour that can adapt to whatever you choose in the future, that is capable of hosting it, so that you break very big projects into chunks that can be digested.
Yeah, future-proofing.
Yeah, real future-proofing.
Okay, Daniel.
Yeah, sorry I was late. It might have been addressed in the presentation prior to my arrival, but Yeah, and you've kind of touched on this with the tolling issue, but the NLTF is oversubscribed. It appears it's going to become more oversubscribed, and I'm quite interested to understand. I mean, Patrick, from your time at NZTA, do you know what the annual renewals cost is for the current bridge, and what we would be hypothecating for the renewals cost for this new bridge? Because that's the thing that I've never heard government actually address is the ongoing. Nobody's given me a figure. So you were on the board. Have you got any figures?
I mean, without a real design, you can't have exact figures. But the iron fact is that tunnels are more expensive to operate than bridges. So there's generally a ratio at grade. If at grade is 1, elevated is 4, and tunnel is 10. That's sort of rule of thumb ratio.
So I'm not bridge versus tunnel debate. I'm not interested in that. I mean, really, as a resident, as a taxpayer, as a ratepayer, as a commuter, I'm interested to know what is the actual renewals cost of the current bridge up there, because I just don't think that that's actually fully understood. And you know, whatever happens in the future, there's going to be, I guess, a call on the NLTF, which is extremely oversubscribed, and I haven't heard from any government how they intend to fund the renewal of these critical assets.
Well, I think the key thing to hold in mind is that renewing that existing asset will be cheaper than fully replacing it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I just want to know.
Again, there is a lack of transparency from the owner and the operator of it. And I mean, it's a very dutiful organisation, but at the same time, I think there's a fair bit of catastrophizing that has suddenly become very public. And I think we can say there's a certain amount of motivated reasoning going on about that.
It's to our enormous frustration that we don't actually know a lot of them. It sucks.
It must be even greater for you.
Okay, we'll keep moving on because we just remind people this is not our decision. Lottie.
Kia ora, Chair. Sorry, I withdrew my request. I think a lot of my questions have been answered, but I did want to just say that I support the kaupapa. I've lived in Asia where they love a suspension bridge. There are bridges and beautiful bridges and very well-used bridges all over Japan and South Korea. So I support anything going forward. Kia ora.
Mike.
It's, I have more of a comment than a question, so it's a very interesting topic, but I'll resist the temptation to pile on, and I'll make a comment at an appropriate time later in the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Christine's not here, so there are no more questions. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming along. Is there any discussion on this?
Thank you.
Just a question to you, the same one as last time. Given the topicality of the Harbour Bridge, is that workshop coming up soon?
Yes, it is. And so we will, NZTA have advised, they haven't given us the exact date, but they have advised and confirmed this morning that we will be having a workshop prior to any announcement. And, but, you know, again, in line with our regional or Auckland City deal or whatever we've got. So
to let us know what they've decided.
Well, I don't know, and so they'll come along. So you can ask the questions there. Okay. So no further comments. Someone like to move? Let it be thanked. Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Bo. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thanks, gents.
Thank you. We'll send you some more details as well.
Okay. There is no local board input, so we will move to Kāinga Ora update. So Nick Howcroft and Melanie Mason, welcome. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Morena Koutou. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your time to let us provide an update on the Auckland large-scale projects. I'd also just like to acknowledge it's been a while since we've provided an update to the committee, and obviously would like to keep that more frequent going forward should the members be inclined. There has been a substantial amount of transformational change within our organisation, as well as maturing of these LSP programs over the last few years. So today I'm just looking to provide an update in terms of where the program is up to, what it's delivering for Auckland, and where the program is heading to. Not sure where I should be aiming this. Oops, wrong button. Might be a bit of, oh, there we go. So just in terms of the agenda, we'll be covering off the Kaingora Post Reset and the key themes of our transformation, a recap of the program and joint program model, what we've delivered so far, some of the outcomes for the LSPs and how these neighbourhoods are doing, the changing environment, and the future of the LSP program. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's kind of.
I'll move it for you.
Thank you.
Just say next.
Yeah, we'll do. Alrighty, well, while that next slide is coming up, it's been roughly 18 months since Kaingora has gone through a significant reset, and our transformation is well progressed. We have a renewed focus on our core mission, which is providing and delivering social housing, first and foremost, and doing this in a financially sustainable way so we can keep delivering for the long term. We've improved organisational performance with a focus on cost effectiveness, actively embedding cost savings initiatives across our programs as a way of working in the organisation, improved efficiencies across the organisation, slowed the growth of debt, putting Kaingora on a much stronger financial footing. The large-scale projects remain a key part of our mandate, which is what we're talking about today, with our public housing portfolio renewal a key objective that underpins this urban development approach. By leveraging our portfolio renewal mandate, working in strong formalised partnerships with the council family, we are not only enabling our public housing renewal, we are resolving infrastructure constraints, pulling build-ready land forward, and improving amenity and climate resilience for Auckland. So if we jump to the next slide, just a bit of a recap. The LSPs are fundamentally a joint program with council with shared governance and aligned investment. We leverage the public housing portfolio sitting across large contiguous land holdings and align programs for planned outcomes. The overall investment of the program is roughly $4.5 billion in terms of the total program. The activity also generates roughly $2 billion in land sales and associated build activity that follows on from that. Council's investment is highly leveraged as it unlocks significantly more funding from Crown and the market itself. Importantly, the benefits associated are related to Auckland and stay in Auckland. From Kaingora's side, the partnership model with council remains a real strength of the program and a key catalyst we hope to keep building on for our wider portfolio across Auckland. As the program has matured, we are identifying how we can deploy some of these tools across our long-term program beyond the defined LSPs, really looking to leverage our joint programs and long-term planning together. Still not, so there we go. So just too many, sorry guys. Oh, okay, it's a bit slow, sorry. There we go. Do you mind drawing this? Oh, we have to jump back one. So just staying with the numbers, the overall program enables 13,000 new homes on Kaingora-owned land within the LSPs. It also enables another 12,000 homes on private land that is associated with a wider infrastructure uplift. While housing enablement is a key driver, this is also a long-term urban development regeneration in priority locations, with the broader benefits that come with this approach. Thanks, Mel. That's the right slide. Also, we'll jump on to the next one. In terms of performance to date, As at May of this year, within our LSPs, over 130 hectares of land has been redeveloped, which was previously underutilised. Over 6,500 homes have directly been enabled in Auckland. So when we say enabled, those homes have been committed to be built on build-ready land enabled through the LSPs. Of that 6,500 homes, roughly 4,300 homes have actually been delivered, and about 1,500 of those are in construction. And there's a further surplus of capacity of roughly 2,000 homes on that enabled land already. We've delivered roughly a quarter of the full program opportunity and about 60% of the current funded program across Auckland. We're also seeing real outcomes from this work beyond the houses, better infrastructure, amenity, and flood resilience across these locations. Improved resilience includes places like Molly Green and Northcote. Overall better neighbourhood and community quality on the whole. Staying with the benefits, while the program is catalysed off housing renewal demand, it is delivering complete neighbourhood outcomes, including social amenity, not just enabling homes. The approach fosters the opportunity to engage early with community and mana whenua, supporting the restoration of cultural narratives and place identity, and fostering renewed confidence and pride within the community. This is often captured in parks and open spaces, safer streets and walkability, community identity and placemaking, and integrated stormwater solutions like we've seen in Northcote and some of the other LSPs coming online. Some of the other feedback we've had from developers as well as the community is more often than not very positive. So just using Northcote as an example, where we look to replace 400 existing state houses, we've enabled 1,700 homes, most of which are built today, as well as replacing the existing 400 Kaingora homes. Local principal of Northcote Intermediate also speaks about the reduction in crime recorded in the area, a byproduct of the new master plan, quality housing and restored natural environment. The change has also enabled the school to remove the bars from the school windows. So these stats are not abstract observations, they are indicators of significantly improved lives and social outcomes. And these benefits are really coming to the fore in our more advanced LSPs. No surprise that the housing sector has a lot of ongoing change at the moment. We have government-led housing policy change, infrastructure reform and planning reform changes. The market is also still fragile. Market conditions remain challenging in areas affecting development confidence, and the economic uncertainty also plays out in the space. For the LSP program, this provides an opportunity for many of these changes and is addressing a clear and important obstacle to housing growth. The LSP approach also supports priority investment in locations which are closely aligned with the government's Going for Growth strategy. The strength of commitment to a joined-up long-term program and investment alignment creates certainty for the locations and the confidence to invest in the neighbourhoods and communities from developers and business across the board. So the program continues as planned with joint commitment from Council and Kaingora. Funding is in place to deliver the current pipeline through to mid-2030s. This is roughly about 1.1 billion on asset investment specifically over the next decade or so. We have focused on delivering more per dollar, so always looking to more cost-effective and efficient ways to deliver. We've changed our delivery model to an in-house integrated approach, and we've also established cost savings initiatives process, which is already driving costs down in our CapEx programs across the large-scale projects. Across our joint programs and partnership, we're continuing to improve how we operate and work together and intend to leverage this platform across our forward programs. In Mangere, we are currently working on the next planned phase business cases, which form part of this current program. The associated work and neighbourhoods are scheduled for start later this year, subject to those business case approvals, which ultimately enables another 1,300 homes in Mangere. More broadly, and as reflected in our recent letter of expectations, the LSP program underwent an independent review late last year, and as captured in the LOE, it sets out that we will deliver our intended LSP savings, seek opportunities for efficiencies across the program, and continue to collaborate with local councils on the delivery of critical infrastructure. So in closing, The LSP program is continuing to deliver for Auckland. It is enabling significant housing supply in the identified and planned locations. It is improving infrastructure and resilience, pulling build-ready land forward in a planned sequence and cost-efficient way. It's delivering visible and measurable community benefits beyond just the homes enabled. The Kayangora Council partnership is central to making it work, and the council investment is leveraging substantial additional investment. So looking forward into the future of the program, we are well positioned to continue supporting Auckland's growth and leveraging our large contiguous land holdings requiring housing renewal. We have a clear deliverable pipeline ahead of us, and aligning programs across Kayangora, Council Group and other key system players remains a strong opportunity we can keep building on. Thank you. That is the update. Chair, over to you.
Thank you, Nick. Questions? Ken?
Thank you. Under all this discussion about capacity, I heard you use the word capacity in PC 120, and that's going to encourage us to build around rail stations and go really high. Do you see Kayangora moving into that area? What percentage of your future builds would you think you would go into those areas, those high capacity areas around rail stations, or would you stay out of those areas?
Thank you, Councillor. At this point in time, the current commitments that sit within the LSP programs are well known, and Mangere is the latest one we are working on, which has some of those qualities. Coming back to our core mandate, our focus is certainly on the renewal of our public housing stock, but leveraging the opportunity and the learnings off of this LSP model is looking to the opportunity where we can have joint and aligned programs to leverage those outcomes. We'd certainly be looking to look at that, and our teams are starting to establish some of those working forums to look to those conversations.
Thank you. Kind of doesn't, like, I'm very complimentary of your builds, and the people who live around your builds find you very good neighbours, especially during the construction period. But what I understand is that this capacity is basically relying on market forces to put pressure on building in those high-rise areas around railway stations, etc. And you are just saying you're open to analysing the situation, but there's nothing driving you to build there, correct?
It's got to be affordable, and it's got to support the renewal of our housing stock. And if it does that, we'd absolutely look to support it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
Thanks, Chair. I know it's policy comes from the government, so I'm not trying to get you into that debate, but I guess, how are the houses rolling out? Because 2 years, we seem to be doing about 30 or 40% of the builds a year compared to 2 years ago. And also, have we overinvested in the infrastructure? Because it feels like where things weren't underway, Onehunga, Roskill, even parts of Northcote, like we were very lucky to get, I guess, many years of solid build on top of the infrastructure. But we've now just got fencing up where the housing was supposed to be. So is there a plan to continue, or is it just sort of selling it? I'm a bit confused about all this infrastructure investment, and now it feels like there's not a lot of Kayangora homes being built where they were supposed to be.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor. That's a good question, and there's probably layers to that answer. I think first and foremost, it is to recognise over the past years, we have moved from increasing our portfolio to renewing our portfolio. So in terms of our build activity, we look to maintain essentially a steady state of roughly 78,000 Kayangora homes, and just looking to renew the age of that portfolio. So for every home we sell or knock down, we look to replace across the portfolio. In terms of that specific lens on areas of infrastructure constraint, we do weigh up our portfolio needs across the broader portfolio, and existing infrastructure constraints or build-ready land, as well as what it's actually going to cost to develop those sites, will be key considerations to what we sell and what we enable. In terms of pulling the land build readiness forward and the infrastructure investment, it is cyclical. So as an example, at the moment, we'll see a lot more uptake from developers in your lower or medium density homes and less of the apartment build. That is harder to stack in the build market at the moment, but it is cyclical, so that is something we do need to monitor through the life of the program. But I can probably provide a bit more detail in terms of that portfolio approach as an action.
Yeah, that would be great. The other one, and once again, it might be government policy, so not your fault if the change you're not in control of. But, you know, I understand why they're selling more expensive land to go into the pool, but in my opinion, it used to be what I could see as a large land sale would go into maybe 3 or 4 homes either on the same site or in the same area. But just one example, down at Devonport, $12 million worth of homes, but there's going to be no additional homes there. So is there a plan for the fact that you're probably moving to only building in maybe lower income areas or areas that are further away from jobs and transport? Because surely, is there any social sort of investigation look on what the social outcomes of that is if we move away from sort of more high value land areas?
I mean, that's definitely a key consideration in terms of where we have existing communities, the level of amenity, then overlay the cost of redeveloping those areas versus exiting. There's not if it's the cheapest thing to do is to exit, that's what we'll do. You need to take all of those considerations on balance, and how far you'd move out and or renew is a case-by-case consideration with the portfolio level lens as well. So not every outcome is exactly the same on those merits, but again, I can provide some portfolio insights on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lotu?
Kia ora, thanks. I've got several questions. First, you mentioned flood resilience, and one of the builds there, one of the proposals there is the Mangere Te Ararata business case. You'll know that that was one of the waterways that really flooded during the Auckland flood. So if you could just tell us a little bit about what flood resilience you've put into the business case in order to mitigate those builds going forward into the future. Then I've got a couple of other questions. Sure. Kia ora.
Thank you. I'll give a bit of a high-level overview, and Mel might be able to add a few details on the flooding specifically. But that is certainly a key consideration for Mangere and specifically Te Rata. A high level of our existing homes are currently impacted by flooding or would be impacted by flooding. So first and foremost, there's an opportunity to leverage that renewal program, but at the same time look to build in resilience rather than solve for flooding on a site-by-site basis, actually approach it on a catchment level. So that is part of our joint programs and approach that's been picked up in those proposed business cases. Mel, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, so we've got the 2 business cases in Mangere going through at the moment. And we've been
Just lean closer to your microphone and just switch yours off, Nick.
So we've got the 2 business cases going through in Mangere at the moment and have been working very closely with Auckland Council Healthy Waters Department as well, and aligning and understanding how their blue-green network projects are going to alleviate some of the flooding there, and where it's not alleviating flooding, looking at what Kāinga Ora can do in addition to that in terms of providing attenuation at a community level, so it's not just looking at the Kāinga Ora housing in that area.
Kia ora, thank you. And I'm really mindful that when the floods hit, some of the very new builds were really damaged, yet some of the older buildings that had been there for 50 years withstood it. So, you know, there's something to be learned, I guess, from those old building practices. My second question is around parking. That's a big concern we hear all the time from residents. I'm just mindful when you've got so much housing going in, have you thought about parking, and are you, is that something that you will provide? Is there a minimum that Kāinga Ora looks to provide, etc.?
Yes, so we do associate minimum parking with our typology specific to the Kāinga Ora public housing, and then obviously that will also be considered on a master planning approach. It is a fine balance between, worst case scenario versus what's reasonably affordable across the board, but yeah, we do incorporate that into our master planning, and we do link that back to the typology demand.
Thank you. And lastly is about the future. Happy to hear that that's being considered, and I know when I first heard about the LSPs, I think I was still chair of the Otara Papatoetoe Local Board, and we posed this question then. Otara clearly is a community or a neighbourhood that's got a huge Kāinga Ora stock, but probably some of the oldest and some of the worst Kāinga Ora stock. When these are done, finally, are you looking to bring in other neighbourhoods like Otara, for example?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Councillor. Yeah, so these current LSPs sit under historical approvals at a high level in terms of these identified areas, but coming back to leveraging the maturity of this program, where we do have large contiguous land holdings that are characterized by high deprivation or flood impact, demand outstripping supply, there is an opportunity to approach them at an urban development approach and leverage that portfolio renewal. We obviously need to look at the viability of it from a commercial point of view as well, but certainly we are looking to incorporate that into our portfolio level planning and take these learnings forward beyond the current program that's committed. So that work is underway at the moment.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Lottie. Julie.
Kia ora. I want to be a little careful here, not blame the messenger. But I heard quite a lot of portfolio, in particular leveraging portfolio renewal. I didn't hear the word state housing, and that worries me. Going back to your figure of 13,100 market and social homes, what is the current proportion of market versus social? It was, under the previous government, it was going to be in most neighbourhoods a third market, a third affordable, a third social. Affordable is no longer a thing. So what is the current ratio with that 13,100?
I can share the exact numbers with you, but certainly on the current business cases we're looking at, as I mentioned earlier, we've moved to maintaining our portfolio level. So as an example, in Mangere, we'll be looking to either replace all of the public houses that are remote enabled and or increase them to a degree in that area where we believe that the state housing, and then the balance would essentially be market. And when we talk about market's not just market in the sense we know it, that's community housing providers, that's built to rent, and that is market as well. But the proportions will vary from LSP to LSP. We do have a table that defines that current split, which I can provide.
I'd really appreciate that, because if you're including community housing providers in market, not social, then, I mean, those are social homes.
Yes.
So I'm not quite sure why you would include them in the market numbers. So if we could have that breakdown, that would be great. For context, I live in one of these neighbourhoods. I live in the Waikowhai neighbourhood. You mentioned Molly Green Reserve. Molly has an E in it, by the way. And what we see there is vacant sections, and new builds are market only, and they are market. They're not community housing at all. Anyway, I want to focus on a question. Sorry, Chair. So you mentioned there are a number of projects in relation to areas that are redeveloping. The first photo you had was Freeland Reserve, a project I was involved in when I was on the local board. That was a council-initiated project which received shovel-ready funding during COVID and was done in partnership with Kāinga Ora under the previous government. Molly Green was another council-initiated project done with Kāinga Ora with shovel-ready money under the previous government. Greenslade Reserve in Northcote, which you also had photos of, same story. Te Ararata's already been discussed. What's coming for this stuff? You've talked about projects that have delivered and unlocked and addressed stormwater that have all been in the past, and many have come to fruition or being currently finished off. What's coming down the pipeline for those kinds of projects?
Thanks, Councillor. That comes back to our portfolio planning. Of our 78,000 homes, close to 40,000 of those are obviously located in the Auckland region specifically. And beyond the LSPs, there's a significant amount of activity, renewal activity, even on a site-by-site basis across our build program. And even where we are approaching on a site-by-site basis, there is uplift associated with that. So what I could do is provide a forward forecast of those planning intentions out of those 2,000 activities per year.
So, but when we're talking about, like you've talked about those specific stormwater and park upgrade projects where Kāinga Ora has been a partner with council, are there any more of those coming in Auckland?
There are no currently funded ones beyond the ones we've just spoken about that's in the pack in terms of the current large-scale program, but what we are signalling, we'd like to leverage our build activity and our forward renewal program to look to those opportunities.
Okay, but there's none on the books now. There's none in the pipeline.
No, this is what is currently funded and committed.
Thank you. There's an article in the Herald a couple of days ago. I haven't read it because it's in premium. but it indicates that you're selling a lot of land on the isthmus. Is Kaingora abandoning the isthmus for future state housing? Is that part of the plan over time?
No.
Why then are you selling so many properties on the isthmus?
So in terms of our vacant land holdings, we have identified land that is not first priorities in terms of development opportunities. So that's again a portfolio level view, but there's no direction or policy to abandon the isthmus.
There have been comments from the minister that there shouldn't be state housing in Remuera anymore. That indicates an intention to abandon a suburb to Mead. Is that not the direction that you've received operationally?
No.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, Daniel?
Good morning. So I think the presentation's been very interesting, and I'm sure the New Zealand taxpayer will be very gladdened to hear the focus on product stewardship, because I think you've got a complex portfolio. I was interested in the slide in relation to the LSPs for Hobsonville and Northcote. So, yep, looking good. So the proportion of the rentals have dropped from 43.8 to 24.8, and the total number of houses has gone from 576 to nearly 5,000. So the rentals, from my calculation, have gone from 252 to about 1,229. Does that sound about right to you?
The math sounds right, Councillor.
Okay. I mean, I think that's actually a really good outcome in terms of changing the mix. You're increasing the supply of your product within a community where I presume that the balance of the housing is privately owned, including pathways for first home buyers. Is that the model that you are looking at if you were able to get future liquidity to balance out your developments to provide pathways for that kind of opportunity for first home buyers? Am I correct in that?
So if you look at the original inception of the program, that certainly was one of the priorities. Our current focus is on the renewal of the public housing, notwithstanding there are secondary benefits. We don't directly enable the affordable housing and the market build, but certainly one of the outputs and one of the benefits of this approach that does come as a secondary output for these LSPs.
I heard you clearly when you're talking about the renewals focus, and I completely agree with that. I think that it's long overdue and good that you're doing that. Can I ask, look, do you have a policy in relation to your divestment? Are you divesting straight to market, or are you looking for opportunities for first home buyers to look to buy your product? Or, I mean, your redundant land parcels and stuff like that, who's buying them?
So we do have a policy. Largely, most of our divestments would be market transactions, so open market process. But there are some exceptions to that. So where there are urban development outcomes and other key outcomes, we can look to structured deals that support broader benefits.
And are those, and finally, Chair, are those structured deals for the community housing provider agencies that might be looking to try and take a piece, if they can get it at a reasonable price, in order to try and advance their product, because they will be doing much smaller scale, and they will be squeezed at a true market price, but at a discounted price that might be an option for them?
I'll need to come back to you on the exact criteria, but by exception, yes, we'll look at opportunities like that.
Thanks, Daniel. Maggie?
Kia ora. Firstly, congratulations on an impressive presentation. I want to double down on Councillor Lotu's question around the car parking, more so to accentuate the severity and the potential health and safety risk it poses. In some areas, on-street parking can effectively turn a two-lane road into a single lane, creating congestion and potential emergency access issues. So it is really important to understand how these are being addressed in a way that doesn't further disadvantage any of the residents in the future planning. I will rest that there with you because it's already been posed, but I thought it was important just to spell that out. Unless you got a response.
Thank you, Councillor. I think the key action there is for just to come back with an overview of our master planning approach to address that.
Cool, thank you. And I'm just curious to understand, are you in a position to share what percentage or number of partnerships have been engaged with Māori entities?
I can provide that. Yeah, I can share that. I don't have it in front of me, but I can share that.
Great, I'm happy for you to share that with our technicians if that's easiest.
Thanks. Well, Shane?
Thank you. And actually, just following up, a question from Member Tukirangi. I've had a bit of a look in the housing register and went back 10 years ago and today on the ethnicity breakdown. And currently, we've got 46% of our current wait list for state homes identify as Māori. That's actually higher than it was 10 years ago. So you'd be familiar with the policies around this. Can I just ask you in a general term, how are you catering to the needs of Māori and how are you changing your practices to help Māori into homes?
I haven't come prepared to speak across the entire Kaingaroa portfolio today, but specific to the LSPs, if I look to the Mangere business case we're working on, we'd obviously be looking specifically to the demographic makeup in that space. So certainly at that level, we are taking that into consideration within the business cases.
Thank you. And you have spoken today around kind of the buying and the selling sort of area of it, right? So looking at sales where families have been promised that when they move out of that area, they will be able to return to those communities when new ones were built. And that's been a consistent policy. Now we're talking about a steady state situation where we're selling over here and we're buying over here in maybe a different part of the community or a different part of Auckland. So has the policy changed in that time? I'm just a little bit confused. When you're selling in Mangere, how far out are you looking to then build?
So ideally, the first port of call is to maintain residencies within that neighbourhood. So when we do demolish and then replace, ideally we provide that opportunity for customers to return to those neighbourhoods. That is first priority, but where that's not possible, then we'll need to navigate that in those specific instances.
Just the last one. Would you be aware, off the top of your head, where in Auckland you're doing the most sales? What part?
I could certainly supply that to you.
Would it be the isthmus? Would it be west, south, north, anything?
I'll be able to supply that to you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to take a guess on the exact numbers.
It's all good. Cool. Hey, thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
John?
Yeah, thanks. Interested in your comment about, and I think it was in reference to Northcote, the social outcomes or improved behaviour, I assume, and I think you mentioned the local intermediate school that said it was down on, and it seems to be a school that's open, so it hasn't got a big fence like a lot of them now, so I'm assuming people are going through it. But I'm just really curious because as to how you monitor those kind of social outcomes, because obviously they're really important. We have this kind of mixed use theory. Northcote's on a pretty grand scale, so I'm kind of interested in the difference between better outcomes as a consequence of being in better houses. So parts of Northcote were incredibly run down and poor state. Is there a natural improvement in social outcomes as a consequence of just being, in a nice, new, clean, warm house? Or are you noticing something wider in terms of the dynamic of a place like Northcote?
It's a good question. We've actually just undertaken a piece of work now, and it's fair to say that those broader benefits are driven both from the new housing that's enabled, as well as that broader approach to the renewal and the redevelopment from an urban development point of view. And there's different buckets of benefits. Some of them are directly monetary returns, and some of them are broader social benefits. And we are starting to do some more work post-occupancy and post-delivery to better understand how those outcomes are matching against the intentions of the business cases.
So one follow-up question. Obviously, in places like Northcote compared to previous Kaingaroa sites, they're a lot more intense. They're going up a lot higher. More stories. One would assume there's therefore more potential for conflict, for want of a better word. You've got more people living in one blocks. Are you finding that, or is that following the same trend in terms of those kind of improved outcomes? Has there been any specific things that you've noticed in terms of having, the kind of intensity and the number of people living in blocks. That certainly wasn't the case previously.
Yeah, certainly it's not something you can ignore when you are intensifying or looking at medium or high density. It is a key consideration in terms of how you arrange those buildings and how you build them for operational management. Not every building is the same. Not every typology of cohort is the same across those buildings. So it does differentiate across the portfolio, but certainly a key consideration in terms of how they are placed, how they're designed, is taking into consideration how they will be managed and lived in, not just in terms of the cost or the product at the end of the day.
Thanks, John. Joe.
Oh, thank you. I'm just, it's good to have you here, and it's good to hear directly from Kāinga Ora, because it's so concerning to read in the media about statements that are being made about housing program. I just wanted to ask, in your presentation it says 2035. What happens after 2035 with this housing program? Because some of the infrastructure needs are going to outlast, I think, this program. Or is that the goal, is to make sure all these areas have got the infrastructure they need by 2035?
Yes, that's a good question. So that 2035 does relate to the specific areas that have been identified that we are currently committed to. But certainly, I think as I touched on earlier, there are other areas of opportunity to leverage a similar approach where there are infrastructure constraints, where there is old housing stock across the portfolio, both on the macro and the micro. There are some instances even on a site-by-site basis where we might approach to redevelop existing homes where there may be infrastructure constraints. And it's not to say that may not be coming online. It could just be a sequencing aspect of when the infrastructure is coming versus when the housing renewal is being undertaken. And I think that's an opportunity for joined and aligned working together across organisations. But certainly I expect there will still be requirements beyond 2035.
And how are you going with, are you still going to be building mixed housing? You've got private buyers and you've got state housing, social housing. You still going ahead with that kind of program?
No, in terms of our build program, it is only state housing. However, through the enablement or the release of the land, we see the market enablement and the market building, but we don't actually manage or pay for or fund that component.
Thank you, Joe. Sarah.
Thank you. Following the direction to scrap the Universal Design Accessibility Standards, what proportion, if any, of these LSPs will have homes built to Universal Design Accessibility Standards?
Yeah, just to clarify, the standards, they haven't been scrapped. There are still components of the criteria that form part of our standards. However, the SPE related to it is no longer a target in terms of the portfolio output. In terms of number of homes across our portfolio, there is a large component that has either full universal design or elements of universal design that can be retrofitted if need be after the fact. One of the benefits of the large-scale projects, because you're regenerating the land and rearranging the land, they are well placed for accessibility on the ground and all built forms on those land parcels. I couldn't possibly tell you exactly what percentage, but certainly those built standards do form part of our current specifications.
Would it be possible to get an update on the estimated number across the LSPs?
I can certainly look into it.
Okay, thanks very much.
Right, we did have a question from the Mayor, but he's been urgently called away, so we will move on. There are no more questions. So thank you very much for taking the time and fronting up and letting us know what's going on in your part of the world. So you can move back. Is there any discussion?
Thank you.
None. Someone like to move? That to be received? Thanks, Desley. Seconder? I'll do that. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thank you. Righty-ho, next item on the agenda is the NZTA update, and it is my great pleasure to welcome up for the first time Jason Dawson, who has taken over from Steve Mutton, because Steve's come to the dark side, and Catherine King. So lovely to have you here. Welcome, Jason, and all yours.
Kia ora tātou katoa, ko Jason Tukuingwa, ko waka kotahi ko toko mahi. I am Jason Dawson, the new Director, Regional Relationships for Northland Auckland, replacing Steve Mutton, who obviously not only has come to the dark side, but hopefully is a great ally for the organisation as well. So thank you, Steve. Appreciate all your efforts serving our region and now hopefully serving it at a wider perspective. Look, I'm just going to do a bit of an intro because really Catherine is here to give you a bit of an update on some of our key projects underway. But I just wanted to acknowledge it's only been a couple of weeks in for me and I haven't had a chance yet to get out to meet you all. So I am going to try and get around to meet all elected members on your turf with your local community boards or your local boards as well, just to understand some of the potential challenges or opportunities you may have with us as an agency, but also some of the aspirations that we wish to achieve in your part of the world as well. If there is a state highway network that goes through it, which I'm pretty sure it does impact each one of your ward areas. And also, I just wanted to acknowledge as well, there was discussion and a presentation this morning from Greater Auckland, so thank you, Patrick and Connor, and that we have confirmed that we will be coming back to have a workshop directly with elected members around the Waitemata harbour crossing, so thank you, Barry, for arranging that. We'll liaise with the team and with Andy to confirm a date shortly. But look, I'll hand over to Catherine to do a bit of an update of where we're at on some of our key projects.
Kia ora koutou, ko Catherine King, tōku ingoa. I'm the Regional Manager for Auckland Northland. Today we are updating on a couple of items. Firstly on average safety cameras and how that program is rolling out. And an update on the Auckland Strategic Motorway Plan, which we've come and had a couple of conversations with you in the past. And the plan is now completed and we're keen to talk you through the next steps there. Wonderful, thank you. So the safety camera program has recently moved from the police's responsibility to NZTA. And the program is primarily focused on reducing deaths and serious injuries across the network by ensuring that drivers travel at safe speeds. We place the safety cameras at locations where evidence shows that people have been or are highly likely to be injured because of the speeds that drivers are travelling at. Our evidence and the pilots that were carried out early in the program at the first couple of sites are showing some really promising progress, and we're confident now that the average speed cameras are the most effective type of camera in reducing deaths and serious injuries. The Matakana route, which I'm sure several of you have travelled on since that was introduced, that has shown a really significant increase in driver compliance since that was introduced. We are currently looking at a further 17 locations across the country. 6 of those are in Auckland. And the next slide. We will shift across now to the Auckland Motorway Strategic Plan. As I mentioned, we've come a couple of times to talk to you about the role of that plan and what we're looking to introduce through the plan. The plan is our input into the 30-year plan that's now underway in development between Auckland Council and the Ministry of Transport. The plan really looks to address key challenges, particularly around reliability on the motorway system, by making efficient use of the corridor and ensuring that the motorways across Auckland play the role that they need to play in moving people efficiently, effectively across our system. I'm going to talk you through some of the sites that we have underway at the moment to give you a sense of what we'll be focusing on through the plan. The first area is looking at improving reliability and throughput across our network. This is really an immediate focus on low-cost improvements that we're able to make across the Auckland network, largely focused on technology. It focuses at targeting measures across the region where we can see there are issues with congestion, where we think there are opportunities to improve how the local road and motorway networks are interacting. A good example of that is our ramp signal optimisation pilot that we've had underway on the North Shore on State Highway 1 for the last month or so. This is an active pilot. We are tweaking it, taking in data as it comes through to ensure that we've got the balance right between the local road network and the state highway network. We're working with Auckland Transport there to test out various signal timings and have a real focus on ensuring that the public transport network is prioritised through that process. Another good example is our Auckland Harbour Bridge automatic median. At the moment, you've probably seen when we shift our median barriers, we have people out there in live traffic with cones. We are taking some technology that has been utilised in other parts, other cities around the world, and looking at an automated machine that can move those barriers without placing people in risky situations. Another area is our CCTV coverage. We're looking to close the gaps that we have across the system and ensure we have a real-time live information on what's happening across our network. Another focus for us is making the best use of the space that we have across our corridor. There are a few examples of that already underway across the network, and one I know you've heard quite a bit about from us on State Highway 16 with the Northwest Busway. We have the interim improvements along there, and we're treating that as a continuous improvement program. So right now we're piloting a process of automating the bus shoulder. It has had fixed times for the period of since the lanes were introduced, and we're looking at automating so that if there is congestion on the motorway, the buses can move into the shoulder and have a time advantage there in the shoulder when they need it, rather than just in the times that we specify. We've also recently introduced changes near Hillsborough Road, removing a bottleneck there where the lanes merged down to 2 lanes. We've widened the shoulder through there so that the merge is removed. On the Strand, we've installed freight priority lanes so that trucks can get to the port faster. And in response to buses being stuck in traffic congestion up towards Silverdale, we're building a bus lane northbound there to help buses get faster up to the station. The next area of focus is some of our more transformational region shaping infrastructure. As you'll well know, we're underway with improvements on State Highway 1 South between Papakura and Drury. This is a really significant project that has involved many partners, most recently Watercare, to make sure our works were well aligned with their improvements down there. It's a significant project that will be completed late 2030. That will support the significant amount of growth happening down near Drury. We've got a number of other projects underway in that wider Drury area, and most notably the access into the Drury stations at Waihoihoe Road. Another good example of this region shaping infrastructure where we're supporting growth across the region is State Highway 16, the next section there from Kumiu to Brigham Creek, which will provide bus lanes, safer intersections and walking and cycling access alongside the motorway that really helps with the increasing urbanisation of the area up towards Kumiu. So the plan focuses on a range of different tools in our toolbox, from optimization, better use of technology, through to these larger projects that will be introduced over time when they're needed for the wider system. And that timing will be agreed and realised through the 30-year transport plan with yourselves and government. I'm happy to take any questions about the safety cameras or the plan.
Thank you, Catherine. So first question, Desley.
Thanks, Jason and Catherine. I've got a couple of questions, and it may be that you go into this more detail when we have the kind of area catch-up. But I'm interested, certainly on the Matakana speed camera, big improvement there. I know the area very well. No, I haven't been fined. Do you put that down to the level of fine?
It's the effectiveness of the cameras in that there are two cameras, one at the start of a route and one at the end. And it means that we are capturing all drivers travelling along a route rather than drivers past a fixed point. This means that we have more compliant speed across the full route rather than people slowing down just for the single camera.
Yeah, sorry, my fault. I probably didn't give you the right question. So what I'm trying to say is you've had a very successful speed camera operation. You're about to roll out, was it 17 more, I think it is, across the region. Are they all going to be approximately 2 kilometres end to end? Do you think the fine is the appropriate level? And can you remind us what happens to the revenue and how do we communicate that?
Thank you. The fine is set at by the government at a level that is determined to make a difference in the way people drive, and the revenue or the funding that is accrued from infringements goes back into a government, the general government fund, which is utilised across a range of different areas prioritised by the government. Really, the enforcement program is one of the key pillars of the government safety focus.
So the 17 new, are they going to be approximately the same, the 2 kilometre distance?
They will be roughly the same. It's generally determined by where along a corridor there is high risk, and that can be longer or shorter depending on the environment and specific to that.
Thank you. My second question is around ramp signalisation. Now, the photos you show everyone can understand, but sometimes there's ramp signalisation when people say, but there's not a lot of traffic coming. Are they real time? Do they go through to ATOC, or how are they monitored?
That's what the trial is looking at, is being more responsive to the congestion on both the highway and the local road. For a period of time, we have had ramp signals that have been running in some parts of the region on a timer, which wasn't responsive. So this trial is looking at how do we make the best use of our technology and ensure it's focused on parts of the network where it's most needed and when it's most needed.
Yeah, Green Lane roundabout might be one for a trial. And finally, the Strand State Highway 16, the T2 heavy vehicle lane. What kind of feedback have you had on that? Because local feedback for me is it runs out on the corner coming towards the port. It has the the T2 lane, the high vehicle lane for all the trucks, but of course when you get to the Strand Bridge, etc., it runs out and it goes back to normal. And I just wondered the success is obviously there in the bit that it's operating, but when can we get a bit of, and this might be a local question you don't have to answer now, but maybe I'll answer it this way. Can you get me a bit of feedback around how successful that has been, and are you looking to extend it all the way through to the key Tāmaki port entrance?
The Strand itself is operating efficiently. We've had some very good data coming through, and we've heard from the port and national road carriers that section is operating well. You're right that the Strand Bridge is a pinpoint. The pinch point, the bridge itself is a priority in our end-of-life bridge program. And we are currently in early conversations with partners around the area, the port, Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, Auckland Council, Auckland Transport, to start conversations about what the future form and function of that bridge will need to be when we do replace it. And that will be our big opportunity to remove that pinch point and ensure it's providing good access into the port. The data does show that it's the traffic heading out of the port that is still not operating as efficiently as we'd like to see. And that's largely due to congestion on Stanley Street rather than the Strand. So that's another area we'll be looking at improving over time.
Yeah, good, because when time is money, they start using residential streets and it's defeating the purpose of the HV lane. So I'm really keen on getting some ongoing monitoring around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel?
Good morning. Thank you, Jason and Catherine. Good to see you again. I have two questions, one about Drury and one actually about land acquisition for Mill Road, so I'm just giving you some heads up on that. In relation to Drury, do you have an indicative ETA for the vehicular use of the additional lane capacity, noting the work now is significantly progressed at Slippery Creek with the bridge pilings, what have you? I know that there's a lot more to go yet, but there is a real pinch point there that needs to be unlocked. And I strongly support NZTA's work in this space, but there has to be some way to get that particular piece of outstanding engineering used.
We've still got a bit of work to go through there, but we're expecting to move southbound traffic onto the bridge around October this year, which will alleviate some of the frustration people are experiencing.
Okay, is that part of well, we're going to have to move you onto this, but in a month's time we're just going to have to redirect you because we've completed work on the existing corridor. Is that how much of a chicane effect are we going to have in that particular space, or is it basically unlocked from October, and we just move further down the corridor as we're trying to complete works elsewhere?
We're expecting the October shift to make a significant difference to people. Whilst that is open, we'll be rebuilding alongside it, so people should experience less disruption thereafter.
Can you take it and go and try you on Mill Road? Is that okay? Mm-hmm. So the local board and the Value for Money committee have now, I think, done as much as we can to open the pathway for the requiring authority, NZTA, to commence requiring and purchasing land at the top of Redoubt Road Run, Torture Park, to get that stage one work underway for Mill Road. I am concerned that we are now in we're now in June 2026, and we still don't have the requiring authority buying the land. we need that land to be purchased by you so that you can get on with stage 1. Can you comment on where you're up to or where you're about to get to?
We have, we've approached the purchase of property along the Mill Road corridor on a urgency basis for our critical path of where we would start constructing along Mill Road. So we've been very much focused on where we need the property first because of the sheer number of them that are required. This August, September, we're looking to lodge our fast track application, and the expectation is once we're through that process, we should have all the property purchased that we require for stage 1 of the project.
Okay, so in relation to stage 1, the council is the property owner for a big chunk of stage 1. So are we going to be near the front of the queue for that? I mean, I know that you're talking about, well, the critical works, but stage 1 is critical, in its totality it's critical. So I'm really a little unclear as to what you define as being essential here, because, I mean, any property owner in stage 1, frankly, wants this essential transaction to be completed rather quickly.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate the frustration of people along the corridor who are waiting for that confirmation. There has been, as I mentioned, a huge number of property purchases to work through. My understanding is that our team are talking to the team at council and working through what they need to for Totara Park. But Councillor Newman, I will take that away to look at what we can do to support that conversation if it's not going as fast as you'd anticipate.
Thanks, Daniel. Maggie?
Kia ora. I note that the strategic plan notes that it addresses today's problems and plans for tomorrow's challenges. I'm interested to understand how does that framing extend to marae, urupa and other culturally significant sites located alongside highway, motorway networks, including State Highway 16, so if I can put more context around it. The focus of the cameras seem to be around Pine Valley and Kahikatea. In fact, the higher rate of fatalities has occurred on 16. So about a 15-20 minute drive out from where you've located those cameras. The soonest, or I think the start of this year, Makarau itself on 16 had the first fatality of the year. Along 16, there are 4 marae, there are 3 urupa, who were all in place before it became a highway. Now that it's a highway, the way in which we use it for traditional rituals and the foot traffic that goes through there is very problematic. We're sitting on corners. It's a State Highway 16. We had a significant event up there just on Monday, and cars were parked all along 16. The investment that's gone into marae from council has been well received across those marae. The issue, and one of the issues we continue to have, is that they can't be used to continue to bring a lot of the initiatives that we want to bring through those spaces because it doesn't have a medium strip to enable safe access in and out of that marae space because it's a highway. So when we talk about today's problems, it's been a yesteryear for us. These locations have been in place for a while, decades, well and truly before it became a highway. What is NZTA doing, or how is it going to address the safety accesses to all the foot traffic that's happening within those spaces and in and out of those spaces? Those spaces are a hybrid for community papakainga in that area. There is development plans in around bringing education to those spaces. It can't happen with the safety issues that now exist because it's a highway. I'm interested to hear your feedback on some of that.
Thank you. We did a series of engagement events with our iwi partners. We have, similar to Auckland Council, we have two different iwi tables, the central and southern, and we had a number of different opportunities for in-depth conversation to ensure that we were drawing things that were important and significant to our iwi partners into the plan. One piece of context I should say is that the plan focuses on our motorway system, so not the state highways outside of that. So that ends along State Highway 16, just up at Brigham Creek there. Beyond that is at the state highway system, which will fall within another strategic plan that we'll be commencing with next year. So that strategic plan would be a great opportunity for us to work with our iwi partners to pull in those sites of significance and ensure that the things that are important are noted within the plan.
I welcome that engagement.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Kia ora, and thanks first of all for responding to the ramp signal things, and if there was problems, do we just send that to you? It seems to be fixed now, but is how far back does the trialling go into the local street, like the local network with ATOC? Because it didn't feel like it was being kind of responded immediately.
So the trial is looking at a number at the ramp signals between Constellation and Esmond, and we are working with Auckland Transport on what's happening on the local roads around that. We are letting each of the different timings bed in for a few days, so there wasn't an immediate change, but we certainly shifted the signal timings within the week where we saw there were problems on Esmond Road. But you're more than welcome to come through to me and if you are hearing things from your constituents.
Thank you. On the fines, and I wondered if you guys have done any work, because Victoria, their fines are like 10 times. Speeding fines for going 10 over is $250 instead of 30 in New Zealand, and I think the other fines are about 5 times. Not saying that we should do that, but has there been a lot of work done to see if that actually has a material effect on deaths and serious injuries in New Zealand?
I would
like compared to, say, Victoria or other Australian states.
I'd have to take that question back and get some information for you, Councillor Hills. I don't have that to hand.
Okay, the random question on the weeds on the corridors. Yes, obviously I support them being removed for ecological reasons, but also I feel like when I report it, it's very fast, but it doesn't seem like a systematic approach anymore on noxious weeds on the corridors. And you've invested, you personally, all of us, NZTA have invested huge in native planting, and it seems like a bit of a undermining that investment if the weeds get sort of taken over all those corridors.
Thank you. So within our maintenance and operations program, we have different priorities. Every 3 years or so, there's a shift in those priorities, and right now the big focus is pothole reduction and ensuring that our surfaces along the state highway network are reliable for people, and that means that much of the funding that we have had in previous years has been prioritised towards that. There's always a balance, and we need to get that right with maintaining the space alongside our state highway network, and there's regular reviews to look at that. But right now our focus is really looking at the quality of surfacing along our network.
And last question, Chair. Just on the optimising and the bus shoulders. So the bus shoulder increase from Oniwa to the bridge has been fantastic, and same as from Stafford to the Akaranga. That's been great. But are you looking to do any sort of that peak, like you said, the lights could turn on for the bit between Fanshawe and the bridge? Because, my bus is extremely efficient, and all the NX2 and 1 buses are extremely efficient. Apart from if it's congested, it can double the whole trip on the bit between Fanshawe and the bridge. The rest of it is basically fine, but it seems, I know it's not your buses or the NZTA's buses, but the efficiency of that route, if everyone just moved over for an hour, it would actually, move things so much quicker when you're sort of 50% of the people travelling over the bridge being affected.
Yes, we have noted that section, and we've certainly heard from our colleagues at Auckland Transport a frustration about travel times through there. That is a location that is prioritised within the motorway plan for us to investigate. So we don't yet have timings on that, but once we do, I'll make sure you hear about that.
Cool, and I would just love, and I'm sure it will be, when you assess the business case for that, if you can focus on the people movement, because it is, like 50% of the humans. Might look like fewer vehicles, but yeah, it would be great to have that comparison when you're looking at it. I'm sure you'll do that, Catherine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, two quick ones. The first one to do with the average speed safety cameras, and I note the comments about Matakana, which has improved from 88% to over 99%. To what extent is that just a natural consequence of people becoming familiar with it? I know it's a bigger distance, so you're getting improved behaviour over a bigger distance. But in terms of, watching out for this spot, but then reverting to undesirable behaviours elsewhere, is there any way of researching that in immediate locations? I mean, it's really good for that 2 kilometre stretch, but do we know what happens then? Is it, the Grand Prix after that, or is there any kind of research into that?
That's a great question. I'll take that away and come back with some information for you. I do know that a big part of our approach with safety cameras is making sure people know that they're there, that advertising, that signage up front is part of the plan to ensure people do drive at safe speeds. So, but I will go back and take a look at that broader question.
Okay, thank you. And the other one to do with making better use of the state highway network. Thank you for the work you're doing there. And I'm talking in respect of the Silverdale bus priority. So there's a stretch there that's obviously getting widened to cope with that evening peak. About 4 or 5 years ago, maybe longer, there was a plan to actually widen the kind of the edge of it right down to Albany on the verge. And the reason I ask is obviously that's addressing, for a part of that section anyway, the PM peak. There's also an issue, strangely enough, in the morning going the other way, but the geography, I think, is far friendlier there, whereas in the stretch we're working on now, there's a lot more retaining and some awkward spots. But on the other side, there's a lot longer stretch of the motorway where there's not those drops away. Is there any plans or consideration to address that AM congestion, which is becoming more apparent as all the development north of Silverdale starts to really kick in?
Yeah, we did focus on where the bus reliability problems were worst, so the approach to Silverdale from Albany. But we will be having a look at what we can do for people travelling southbound. And beyond that, we do have the route for the extension of the Northern Busway designated through the Supporting Growth Program. So that route is protected for some point in the future when the funding permits us to extend the Northern Busway further.
Thanks, John. Greg?
Thank you, Andy. Just two quick questions. One, the capacity on the improvements on State Highway 16, Brigham Creek to Waimaku was part of the presentation. In terms of traffic volumes and capacity lift there, do we have any data or information about how that will improve, capacity and traffic volume flows and when that might take effect? And then a second question after that, your Chair.
Yes, that does. So the next stage of Brigham Creek to Kumeu does provide 4 lanes all the way through to Kumeu. It does give the opportunity for bus lanes in the future when the bus service hits the frequency that requires bus lanes. And one of the key things it does there is improve the intersections where at the moment you hit a number of bottlenecks at Coatesville Riverhead in particular. It removes those bottlenecks and therefore creates a much more efficient flow down through that corridor. In terms of the volume that we're catering for, I'll need to come back to you, Councillor Sayers, to get that specific number.
Okay, that'd be great. In terms, just while we're still on that, dynamic laning, has that ever been a consideration or can be in consideration going forward? Is there the ability to put in dynamic laning in the future?
Along that section, we haven't looked at it because the work that we did early in the business case indicated that we needed to have the 4 lanes two in either direction all day for the volume of traffic that's travelling along that corridor.
And my other question just goes to what's referred to as the Kumeu bypass, the road of national significance, or the alternative state highway. Is there any update you can give us today about where that's sitting in terms of funding priorities or where it's on the list?
Yes, so that corridor we have now route protected. The designation is complete. The work that we have done with Auckland Council indicates that once growth of Kumeu and up towards Huapai gets to a certain point around 2040 or so, we would start looking at starting the design work for the alternate state highway.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Matt?
Safety cameras can be a dubious topic at the best of times, but one safety camera I will always stand behind are red light cameras. I would not apologise for having more red light cameras, and there are certainly some intersections in my community of Manarewa that I'd love to see some more of. Having inquired through AT, understanding that NZTA Waka Kotahi holds the keys to that. What's the process for unlocking that? Does it start through local board advocacy? Is there someone that we can get in contact with directly? How would we go about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Advocacy at the local level is extremely important, and you are welcome to encourage through the local board and yourself to communicate to us where you see there being problems that would benefit from red light cameras. I will come back to you with the process that we work through so that you understand where we're prioritising and where's important. So we'll come back with some more information about that.
Okay, thank you. So I was the chair of the Manarewa Local Board last term, and we had a lot of roadblocks in trying to get more information and around that through our Auckland Transport Engagement Officer. It was quite tough getting further information because there's definitely a need and a lot of near misses at some intersections where red light cameras would sort that out quite quickly, I think. But thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Julie?
Kia ora. Actually, I've got a follow-up from Councillor Winiata's questions. I've actually been trying to get a red light camera and been bounced back and forward between AT and NZTA for probably at least a year. Yeah, so it's definitely in a specific location where there is, I understand, local community support. So we absolutely need some clarity, please, around the process. Yeah, I think, so is there a process?
Yes, there is. Similar to the safety, the average speed cameras, it's focused on high-risk locations. So let me get some more information. I can provide it across to councillors so you understand how we work and how you can best work with us to prioritise those locations.
That would be great because, I mean, our staff are not stupid people. They're great, and yet I've been unable to unearth what the process is. So there's clearly some piece of the puzzle missing at Auckland Transport as well as for us. So if that could be addressed, that would be great. The reason I actually put my hand up, though, was to ask about the process with the government policy statement on land transport and where we are up to with that, because obviously that's going to be a key part of negotiating the 30-year transport plan. So what is the timeframe looking like for confirming that, given we've confirmed our side of things?
The government haven't yet confirmed the timing for the government policy statement. So we are currently working on the existing government policy statement until the new one is released.
Okay, so that's usually out for, so the 2021 one was consulted on in May 2020. The 2024 one was consulted on in September 2023. So we don't have a time frame yet?
No, Jason's just confirming for me they won't be putting it out before the election.
Okay, what does that mean for our ability to negotiate the 30-year transport plan?
So this is the same, obviously, challenge each roading authority and local government has to face for their regional land transport plans, annual funding, and also the 30-year plan here for Auckland. So what we're doing is, look, the confirmation from the government is that it won't be released before elections. And to be honest, as we know, elections is happening in November. There'll be a summer recess, so I'm being pretty realistic with everyone to say we're best to assume that a GPS will come out to everyone at the beginning of next year, so probably around Q3, without holding us to a time frame. So what we've had to do is work with you all around what we're saying is carrying on the existing intention and intent that's set in our existing GPS. But it shouldn't hold back any of the progress or the projects that we've obviously already committed to with councils and road authorities. And I think it'll just hopefully give us, by then, a bit more certainty around the next, what I call, tranche of projects or programs that the government wishes us to support. But we don't see, I mean, overall, I don't see the intent changing too much with the current GPS. But again, we will have to wait and see what government's direction are.
Thanks. Can I just clarify then? So you're saying not just no confirmed GPS, but no consultation until after the election? Or do you think there will be consultation before the election, but it won't be confirmed until after?
At this stage, I would assume, given the direction from the government, that it would be literally consultation and the draft GPS after election.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Thank you very much for the comprehensive briefing and congratulations on your new roles. The relationship between NZTA and Auckland Council is obviously very important, and with our new role, change role, we're going to see a lot more of you, I guess. Can I just mention the Harbour Crossing project without getting into details, because we have a briefing coming up, a workshop coming up. I think it's very important that we learn from the other major projects that Auckland has been engaged in. CRL, for instance, I'm sure there's a lot to learn from that, running a big project, but also the project that failed, the light rail to the airport debacle. I think there is a lot of learnings from that as well. Obviously, the views of the public are very important, aesthetics, beauty, impact on the environment. But essentially, when we're talking about crossings, we're also talking about something that's very technical. And it's vital that we have the expertise and advice, which was lacking in one of those, well, the failed project I talked about. My question to you is this. Given we have an analogue not that far away with Sydney Harbour, when it comes to transport and harbour crossings, is NZTA, as part of this project, taking advice from Transport for New South Wales or studying the problems they're resolving in moving cars, trucks, buses, trains, and bikes and people around? There is an opportunity because they've had the challenges, and I think by and large they tend to solve them. So I just ask that question, whether you guys are taking any notice of what goes on in Sydney, rather than what we saw a few years ago with light rail to the airport, which went off, I don't know, about 6-7 years longer and cost $230 million and didn't build 1 inch of track. So that's the question.
Yes, absolutely. The team are working with a range of different experts, people working within cities like Sydney, but also the people who've worked on many of those projects. So there has been quite a comprehensive piece of work to benchmark and check against other cities.
And just to add to that, there's also a review process that has been undertaken for many of these mega projects, I call them, and obviously there will be one done as well for CRL, we understand. So any sort of learnings that we have, we want to share within the sector as well.
And you'd be aware of the work that NZTA has done, for instance, on, speaking of the Harbour Bridge project, in the past, and hopefully there was a lot of work done there and a lot of buy-in from the public and the councils at the time, the regional council. And that work was reviewed more recently by the former Minister of Transport, Mr. Joyce. And all of that information, hopefully you have at your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Morris.
Yeah, look, just a quick comment and then a question. The first comment is, can I just, Jason, you're the regional director here for NZTA. Can I ask you to just avoid the landmine of making a comment you made earlier on? Bo Burns and I represent the People's Democratic Republic of Howick, and we don't have a state highway, whereas you said we all had state highways. We don't. We're the biggest local board of this council, but we don't have such a thing. We're looking forward to one day. The second comment is one of the biggest concerns I have with regards to what's coming out of NZTA. I was hoping we might have heard something about today, and that is the national ticketing system. When I see stories breaking in the media daily about the immigration computer system and its failure, I just think this council needs to be given a much better, clear steer about where that is, where it's likely to be, and what is going to be overall costs associated with it that we may have to do with its buy-in. So I know you didn't come here to do that today, but if you're the regional director, I'd ask that in future we get a little bit of a steer from you about what's happening to the national ticketing system.
No, that's a good point. Thank you very much. We will add that and come back to everyone with a follow-up on that. Also, obviously, we've got Auckland Transport here as well, so we're working with them around the rollout for Auckland, but we will definitely take that point and bring. absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So no more questions. Someone like to move that we receive the update? Thanks, Desley, seconded by Mike. Thank you, team. Any discussion? None. Fantastic. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. And against, carried. We will break for lunch and we will come back at 5 to 1. And there is sandwiches next door and I've made a cake. Well, I didn't, but that's okay. I've got a cake. that is the mysterious time that I chose we would restart. We did have a quorum. We are good. So the next item on the agenda is the Auckland Transport Update. So Stacey and Murray, yeah, the new Murray, sorry, and Andrew. Welcome. All yours.
Great. Thank you, Chair. And yes, I'm joined here today by Murray and Andrew. We've also got Roy online, so Roy will join us for the end part of the presentation today. So we'll take this as read, but we'll run through in terms of some of the highlights for the month. If my clicker works. So recent highlights in terms of the recent annual Varian public sector reputation results that saw AT as a significant improvement in its overall reputation index from 52 in 2025 to 64 this year. And that is the highest increase the survey has seen in its 10 years of tracking. So we're about to receive a more fulsome report and be able to understand some of the metrics within that, which will give us a bit better detail in terms of how we shifted that dial and sort of what that means going forward. The local board satisfaction engagement result of 82% as well, which is an all-time high for us and something we're really proud of. We launched our first hybrid electric ferry on the 27th of May, and that's going to be in service in Devonport downtown this month. The Lake Road Belmont intersection improvements community engagement is underway. We finished the CRL evacuation testing with our partners Kiwi Rail, Auckland One Rail and City Rail Link Limited and Auckland Council. That saw over 1,500 volunteers participate from across the organisations, which was really neat, and I think that was sort of one of the takeaways was actually seeing everybody's enjoyment of that experience. Giving up their Saturday morning to come and participate was really cool, and just the joy that that brought in terms of the experience for them as well, so it was great to be able to share that. And the Carrington Road improvements with the sod tuning on the 15th of May have kicked off. In terms of public transport, we've had a couple of really good months, obviously buoyed by in terms of rising fuel costs that have directly correlated to improved patronage across the corridors. And so we had 7.2 million for the month of April. May again was high, and actually we've shrunk that gap in terms of our SOI commitment to 2.8% year to date. In terms of that target, that was as of mid-June, so it's getting very close. This week we've seen good patronage as well, so we're going to come very close to our SOI, so much better than what we thought we were going to land. Tertiary student patronage is up still, 36% compared to the same time last year. Farebox recovery is looking really good. It was actually 34 for May, so we will hit that target at the end of June, which is good. Operational performance is good. Cycling, again, probably buoyed by in terms of obviously investment in infrastructure that we've had, but also in terms of people seeking out other modes of transportation during the fuel situation. It has record levels in terms of cycling. So there's a number of media articles on that over the last 2 weeks, and I know Tanya did some radio on that this morning. So it's the best it has been in 10 years for May, as well as that April, and above what we saw pre-COVID when cycling was at its high. So very happy with that. In terms of public transport initiatives, we've got the safety bus ambassador trial underway that's going really well. We're getting really good feedback both in terms of the operating workforce on that and their presence, as well as from customers. The flexi stop's going really well. We want to look at expanding that. In terms of our bus driver screens, we're on target to have 80% of the fleet done by the end of June as planned, so that's over 1,000 bus driver screens retrofitted or on new buses. The Crime Stoppers campaign is being constantly reiterated, and we're getting good feedback on that as well in terms of touch points for people to be able to communicate easier with us. And rail safety indicators are improving with reductions in trespass, disorder incidents, and we've had no recent pedestrian level crossing incidents reported since December 2025. And you will recently notice that we completed the final in terms of those pedestrian level crossing works as well as we lead up into the city rail link. Now, I'm going to pass over to Murray, who's going to give us a brief overview in terms of the capital program.
Good afternoon. So the May capital results are actually sitting at 88% of the SOI target, which is 90%. We've still got 1 month to go in the financial year. Just something to note, the last 3 months have been the largest delivery months in AT history over the last 5 years and possibly longer. And this is currently represented in the forecast for the forward works plan as well to continue. As a little bit of a background to the capital delivery program, for your knowledge, it's structured into 5 portfolios that oversee all the programs and projects. And to give you a bit of background, one of those portfolios is renewals and resilience. If you just go to the next slide. And that's focused on flood recovery, resilience, road maintenance, and asset renewals. So it has a high delivery certainty and it has a really long-term outlook in its planning process, which is very successful. If you just stay back on renewals for a sec. So just some of the highlights for the year. They've actually completed over 4 million squares of resurfacing, which is over 480 kilometres of the network. It's 0.5% above the target, and that's due to increase next year by 15%. They've worked heavily with the ATOC to enable early ramp downs on our network, which has given us a 30% productivity uplift on night shift. And something to note is the renewals program actually modified their 50% of their program to accommodate Dig Once and all the other projects, not just AT, but third-party projects. Let's go to the next one. So one of the other portfolios we have is Public Transport One, which includes programs you'll be familiar with around downtown, bus optimisation, ferries, and the rail program. So in that program, the activity we're seeing at the moment is the Wellesley Street Stage 1 opening has been completed, and public consultation feedback is under review for Stage 2. The inner Western Line level crossings engagement is due to start in coming months. As Stacey mentioned, EV1 is nearing handover and operational, and then the first hybrid vessel is preparing to enter service also. The 3 pedestrian crossing removals that you'll see across the network at the moment is Takanini, Te Mahia and Glen Innes. Those are preparing for construction completion in the next 2 months, and the new EMU Tranche 3 is continuing reliability tests. And Rosedale Station has been granted site access possession, so that'll be commencing on site very shortly. And just moving into urban development. So the cycling program overall has slowed a little bit this year, but there's been a big emphasis on business case reviews and uplift for the coming targets in the following years. GI to Tamaki Drive cycle pathway is progressing really well, albeit has minor delays, which we're working through now with the contractor. Eastern Busway Zone 5 has had a delay to start, and we're having some challenging conversations with Transpower in the reserve there around working alongside their services. A milestone to note, EBA has completed 80 kilometres worth of utilities work on that project to date, and it has 14 intelligent intersections planned to be installed before the project completes. Auckland Housing Program is progressing, and you'll note that it aligns with the briefing you've had earlier around Oranga Tamariki. Carrington Road is now in construction, and route protection has settled on 11 properties with 22 in final negotiations. So just moving on to the last one. So network and safety is the other program we have. Now this program is heavily reliant on local board interactions and the interface with Traffic Control Committee. It has the most amount of movement in it, and it also has the most amount of projects. So low value, high demand. So the community response program has exceeded its project targets this year. The network productivity has exceeded its SVL targets this year. There's 73 smart detection sites have been completed. traffic optimisation across 172 sites, with more on the way. The road safety has completed 58 projects with 22 further underway. And there's a big focus on network and safety at the moment around their FY27 pipeline for the annual program. And what also sits within this is the priority corridor for East Coast Base and Glenvale Road, which is in design development at the moment.
This next section, Andrew's going to take us through, but point to note, it's quite a lot of information condensed into a few slides, so we would suggest that we have a broader session on this topic in due course.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Stacey. So we did want to share with you some kind of key insights that we've gotten to essentially differences between special vehicle lanes and dynamic lanes, both of which are tools that we use on the network for optimisation. Special vehicle lanes are typically a static treatment. I think most people in the room would know what a special vehicle lane is. If you think about a T2 or a T3 lane, they are static treatments with predetermined times that they run for. They're, by comparison to dynamic lanes, much easier to install, and they're much easier for our customers, our road users, to understand than some of the dynamic solutions that we are looking to deploy onto the network. That means that they are typically more cost-effective, cheaper, and easier to implement. And by contrast, dynamic lanes require certain conditions to be in place on our network before they're appropriate for use. One of those conditions is around tidal flows, and hopefully most people in the room know what tidal flows are. That means we need strong peak direction travel flows so that we can reuse or reallocate underutilised parts of the road to flow in the same direction as the peak direction. That doesn't exist readily across many parts of our network. These dynamic lane solutions are also, by comparison to SVLs, a lot more costly. They tend to be much more reliant on technology investment, and they're more difficult to operate, maintain over time. That means that they are more costly as well when compared to special vehicle lanes. And there are a number of limitations that affect the ability to implement dynamic solutions. So the number of side accesses or roads coming into a section that you might want to put a dynamic solution into creates complexity. Pedestrian crossings within the route create complexity, all of which has to be dealt with when you're talking about dynamic solutions that change in real time. Flip to the next page. Just focusing on our program, when we kicked off the dynamic lanes as a solution some years ago, we looked at 180 candidate sites that we went through and evaluated. A number of those have now been delivered. Some have been parked because they don't have a benefit-cost ratio adequate enough for us to be able to progress them. Some of those sites, quite a few of those sites, we have found lower cost alternatives to implement. So some of those sites, rather than implementing in a dynamic lane, we've looked to put in special vehicle lanes or other solutions. And some of those, or a good number of those 180 sites, were discounted as not being suitable for that sort or this sort of solution or treatment. We're now in the process of scoping up the work to go back and relook at candidate sites to inform future programs around dynamic lanes in particular. So we'll evaluate any of the sites we discounted several years ago because, of course, traffic patterns and volumes change over time. And so what we might have discounted previously may no longer be discounted. So that work is being scoped now, and we will use that to inform the building of a pipeline for more dynamic lanes into the future. We do have a couple still planned for next year. I'm not going to cover off the challenges there. I think I've spoken to some of them on the previous slide. I did want to draw your attention to some additional solutions, dynamic lane solutions that we are looking to explore. One of those is looking to utilise a special vehicle lane and ramp it up, so change it dynamically as demand in that lane changes. I.e., you might start off with a T3 lane, and as you end up with more vehicles, you start with the T2 lane, and as you end up with more vehicles populating the lane, it gets busier. You end up with a threshold where you go, okay, at this point in time, we'll change it to a T3 lane. So now the T2 vehicles can't use it, fewer vehicles can use it, and again, you can ramp that up to a bus lane at a point in the future. So we want to explore the ability to ramp up and down through the T2, T3 bus lane settings in real time, dependent on the volumes and the demand use of a lane. So that's something we're looking to trial and test. And then the other one that we're looking to expand into and look at is where we've got existing static special vehicle lanes, actually converting them to more of a dynamic solution. So putting dynamic tools in place so that rather running them as a bus lane or a T2 lane between 7 and 9 in the morning, we have the ability to go, actually by pushing some dials and buttons, we can expand the time frame by which that T2 or T3 or special vehicle lane can operate. That's really useful in managing things like incidents on the network where you might want to activate a bus lane, but you can't because it's outside of the normal operating times and the signs are static. So it gives us a lot more flexibility to utilise that space when you've got unusual behaviour or disruption on the network or in emergency situations. I'll move on. I did want to talk a little bit about some of the smart technology solutions we're utilising. Just click the slide. I'm not going to focus on Bus Booster. I think that's been socialised at this committee several times. Happy to take questions on it, but I do want to talk a little bit about advanced detection, and I do want to try and make this a topic and cover in a couple of minutes rather than probably more time, as Stacey suggests. But all of our traffic signals in Auckland operate on a system called SCATS, which is a Sydney Coordinated Adaptive Traffic System. That system, operating system, is only as smart as the information that feeds into it that determines how much green time is allocated to different movements at a signalised intersection. And one of the key limitations for us with our traffic lights in Auckland is that up until now, the vast majority of information going into that system was dependent on loops in the ground at the limit lines of an intersection. That, in this day and age, is not the smartest way to inform a system of what's happening on the road network sitting in behind it. So, simply put, you could have an intersection with 4 different legs. If a car is on a loop at each of the limit lines, the system looks at that and goes, there's equal demand on all 4 loops, on all 4 legs. The reality is 1 or 2 of those legs could have a much longer queue down it. The system doesn't really know how long that queue is. We get around that by putting more loops in further down the road. It's suboptimal. So advanced detection is giving us the ability, using CCTV and video analytics, to get much smarter information about what's happening at the intersection and feed that in addition to the in-ground detection loops. That means that the intersections can be operated a lot more smartly automatically by the system, but also that information is useful for our operators if they're wanting to make manual changes on the network. So this is a huge opportunity for us, this advanced detection. It's not only for the benefit of detecting vehicles, as that kind of picture there shows, queue lengths, but also it allows us to detect cyclists, which the in-ground loops are not always the best at, and certainly to detect pedestrians, which we don't have loops for pedestrians. So it gives us a lot more quality information. That means we can make smarter decisions about optimising signalised intersections in real time. I'll move to the last slide very quickly, and it's a pretty easy one to cover off. It's really just a picture of, I've talked a little bit about certainly the advanced detection technology, but also with the bus boosters. That is really just a map of what we've achieved over the last few years through the implementation of both those advanced detection sites and also all the bus booster sites. So by the end of June, end of this month, we'll have 250 sites operational, live and deployed across the network, either with advanced detection or bus booster detection at intersections. And I won't dwell on that. What we've also been doing is working quite closely with our technology team on looking at how we could utilise machine learning and AR to further optimise and enhance the traffic signal lights that we've got deployed across the region. So I'm going to hand over to Roy, who, as Stacey mentioned, is online, Roy Cohen, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about the 2 pilots we've currently got underway. So Roy, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Everybody can hear me okay? Yeah, just want to apologise, I can't be there in person. The cold has got me, and it's taken me down a bit, so I'd rather not share the love and again keep it at home. So going through with traffic light optimization, we have been working on a pilot in Botany and Lambie Drive, the 2 key areas that we've targeted. And the targeting was a recommendation by our traffic engineers where we could get the most out of it. We've chosen 2 different vendors to work with on this pilot, JYW and Parsons. and in connection with Microsoft. As part of the pilot, JYW have an iterative approach to how they optimize. So they run through 1,000 scenarios, 1,000 iterations of how they can optimize a traffic light and an intersection, a corridor, and then a network. At the moment, we're just optimizing a corridor. The improvements we're seeing on the traffic light optimization for JYW looks to be at best 9%, which is it's not too bad, 2.7 minutes on a 30-minute trip. We are still in progress of putting in Parsons. It's a more complicated technical solution. However, there is more of a real-time integration into inputs, just like we talked about and Andrew suggested before around cameras and integration and seeing what the queue depth's in. Parsons one may have a bit more capability in that space and integrating with real-time. Both are looking promising. If it works well, we really would hope to see somewhere in the vicinity of 10 to 20%, but that's not necessarily at any point in time during the day, and it will really depend on how bad the traffic is at that point in time. However, this is expected to significantly improve the experience in a given network in any location. That's all I have really, unless there's any other questions.
Thank you, Roy.
Any questions?
Okay, so we have questions. So, Joe.
Thank you. Just in regards to dynamic lanes, special vehicle lanes, this is just a basic question, but can more be done in terms of signage and communication so people understand when you can use them? Because in some instances you can use the bus lane if you're turning, because there's no other way to turn when you're on a street. So that's my basic question, was just signage, communication, especially when we have move to more dynamic solutions.
Yep.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, look, we can always do more around communication. A great deal of effort goes, particularly for dynamic lanes, a great deal of effort goes into the communication, because of course you're introducing something on the network that is unfamiliar to users of that part of the network. But I take your point around, I think, were you talking special vehicle lanes there, or are you talking both dynamic and special vehicle lanes?
I think it was a bus lane, the one on Hobson where you turn to come into Federal Street.
Yeah.
Well, is it? Yeah. And yeah, there's quite a few instances, especially with bus lanes, where you can drive into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. So one of the things that I think might help with that particular issue, I talked a little bit about exploring that ability to have some of our static SVLs turned into kind of a more dynamic solution. That involves putting in some of the tech that you see with dynamic lanes, so illuminated signage, potentially illuminated in-ground lighting. So there are mechanisms in a solution like that that allow you to make it a lot more interpretable for the user than if you've just got a static sign that says you can only use this lane between certain times. We all know that some of those signs have quite a bit of information on them, and it's quite a lot for the road user to interpret in a fairly short space of time. I think that some of the stuff, that the kit and the technology we deploy to dynamic lanes would have benefits in terms of its ease of understanding for customers.
Just one more thing. Thanks, Andy. Do you do any safety audits where you do have dynamic lanes, you know, with the X and the tick? And like, are people more at risk if you keep changing the lanes that have the X? You know what I mean? Like, because people are creatures of habit, right? So they'll just keep going, and some may not notice, oh, that lane is no longer a tick, it's an X. And they only notice when the other car is coming right at them. Yeah, like Pakuranga, Pamua.
So yes, we do safety audits on them, and there's a huge amount of work that goes in up front trying to make sure that the tools that we deploy, and the reason we have X's and ticks is we've done a lot of work trying to understand what's the best way to socialise to people who use the network in a quick and easy way, when it's a lane that I can use, when it's a lane that I can't. So we use behavioural design specialists who help us with creating what the signage and the messaging looks like. But of course, we do a lot of trialling, testing, and auditing before and post-implementation. And we continue today to still run audits on all of the dynamic solutions that we've currently got out on the network.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thank you. I've got some questions around CRL testing. Is that all right? For this? Cool. Now, for the purposes of these questions, please pretend I am also Councillor Fletcher. We're both bringing these questions on behalf of, or alongside, the Disability Advisory Panel, who had some questions for us yesterday. Will there be a report on the plan for emergency evacuations for disabled people, including those with dementia and cognitive impairments, as well as physical impairments?
I will have to confirm back with you, but we had a range in terms of different accessibility scenarios, and we've actually just recently posted some reels on that, because we have a public transport accessibility advisory group who participated and continue to do so, as well as a broader network in terms of that. But yeah, I take your point in terms of have we encompassed all those other accessibility challenges that we may have. I will provide you with some information on it.
Thank you, and my apologies because I should have started with some members of the panel express their joy at some of those reels and had some positive feedback around some of that testing as well, and I had that positive feedback as well, so my apologies for not starting with that. The next question was around, I've got two more, hopefully quite quick, was a request for comms around station accessibility ahead of opening. Will there be kind of information on the website and coming out on socials that we can help share and like send to networks and things like that? Is all that's to come, I presume?
Yes, absolutely, lots more to come.
Excellent. And the final question they had was around pre-opening tours. Now I know that there's first look at stations planned, and I know that at least one of those, or I've been told that at least one of those might be geared towards, might be a sort of low sensory option, which is awesome. The panel specifically raised blind, low vision and deaf communities and whether there was a pre-opening tour for those communities and others that might benefit from them.
Yes, no, we're definitely looking at how we can do that to make sure there is low sensory in terms of environment for particular users, to make sure they have the opportunity to participate in those as well, for sure.
Awesome. And again, I'd just like to thank you for the communications I received around some of the questions I had around station noise and things like that. That's been really fantastic. So well done. Thank you.
Wayne?
He's on green. You won't be on red.
It's gone green. Those bloody greens. Thanks for that presentation. And I've got quite a few here. You did mention that dynamic lanes are more expensive than special vehicle lanes, but they're a lot cheaper than new roads, which is the comparison. So you're not competing with one another, you're competing with the right thing. Now, I'm interested in knowing, is the work that you're doing there on dynamic lanes and braining things up, which I totally support and want sped up, is that part of the capital program or is that part of the operational program?
It's definitely part of the capital program in terms of its delivery and operational program in terms of the ongoing maintenance operation.
I don't want to find that you've locked yourself lost out in a competition with the fellow beside you of his capital program, because yours is the best investment in capital. Why does each dynamic lane have to be approved by NZTA? I mean, they're our roads.
It's a great
It's not
question.
like they're particularly clever at anything.
Yeah, it's a great question. The reality is NZTA are the ones that are the regulator and have compiled the traffic control devices rules. So any control or way in which we utilise the road needs to comply with the traffic control devices rule. And dynamic lanes are not devices that are acknowledged under the TCD rule. Therefore, we have to go through NZTA and run every single one of those as a trial. Many of the ones we've got are still being run as a trial until NZTA get to a point where they are satisfied that it is a control that can be deployed more widely across the national network only then will they build it into the traffic control devices rule as a device you can deploy on the network.
These are the idiots who have come up with the national train ticketing system, which will turn out to be one of the greatest embarrassments of the last 10 years. I need some help to write a letter to the Minister to tell him this is just dumb. And we would like to have the ability to approve anything they do in our area. Say, for instance, one of the areas that needs to be smartened up is the demand management entrance onto the motorway system, because it just runs on a clock, and it's completely dumb. So, all right, I'm glad I asked that question. That's holding things up. In terms of the gantries and things, presumably for suspending the ticks and crosses, which does work very well. You only got to go up to Whangaparoa and see it works really well, and they do. Even the people up there have managed to learn how to do it. It's just posts and wire, really. It's not gantries. Gantries are expensive. Posts and wire, both sides, is cheap. So don't get too, because I want this to happen. And then I noticed you get JYW and Parsons and Microsoft. We seem to have, we don't even ask for any Chinese companies to get in here. We're a sister city with Guangzhou. You won't learn anything from Sydney. Guangzhou has the best traffic flows in the world, and they're a sister city with us. And I want to see that we're having something a bit more than dud American software into the thing. Intersection optimization is part of what's been happening via Steve and myself rather than the system, but that's where it's got to be. So there are a number of things that's not new. And if we're going to go for standardisation, we've got to have the ability for us to standardise, not have to go back to NZTA and agree with somebody in Wellington thinks we should standardise for Auckland. So that whole NZTA thing needs a good letter from me, which you're going to have to help me write. For intersection optimisation, as well as having more real-time information, just something like the pedestrian crossing time. Now, I recently was down to walking with 2 crutches, and you can't get much slower than walking with 2 crutches. And I can get across any road in 18 seconds, even at that speed. So we need to have a look, what is the pedestrian crossing time that we choose? Is it a standard? Is it chosen because it was the 25th of the month when we did it, so we had 25 seconds? We have some at 30 seconds, and we start 15 seconds before we count down 30. And the countdown encourages people to rush across in the last 5. So it's a non-safety thing, if anything. So I want to have some things in terms of intersection optimisation. I'm trying to get the amount of time that the centre of an intersection is not unused. We have some examples. All these things I'm talking about are within half a K of my office. The Barnes Dance crossing decisions that has advantages and disadvantages. We have them in some and not in others. I want to have be addressed about why we would do it in some places and not in others. We've actually got a Barnes Dance and one asymmetric square so that the length across the long one is bloody long. And so that holds everybody up because you've actually done that. And if you walk across that way, it's a long way, whereas if you go up and around, it isn't. So just questions about these. So we're looking to have a general improvement in the operation of our intersections right across the district. Now, one of the things that you're doing, they're a good start. I'm not criticising you here. I'm saying I'm encouraging you to be a bit more brave about it. But for instance, if you look at, we got approached by both Microsoft and Google to offer us a free technology solution, and I said, well, let's have how you can manage the traffic along Custom Street so that you don't end up with blocks that are empty that have got a green light and blocks that are full that have got a red light. You're supposed to have blocks that are full that have got a green light and blocks that are empty to have a red light if you're going to manage it. They've failed to do that. And so I still want that as being part of what you're looking at, and you might have to look at somewhere else. There are lots of other, the clever country in the world is China, not America at the moment. So get some input in there, and if we can't do it, just say so. We'll find someone who can. Those are kind of like the guts of it. I'm really trying to really encourage you, so don't feel bad about this. I want to give you more tools. I don't want to find that the guy, he's stealing your money just to put tar seal somewhere in a pothole up someplace. This has a benefit. And don't wait for the government, because none of us are that young. We've got to lead this ourselves. And so I've asked questions and led you a bit on that. Last one is slightly different anyhow, which probably comes back. At Westhaven Drive, there's some works down there which weren't attributed to anybody, but it turned out to be that they are due to, is it Chorus or some great big thing, big square box down. Westhaven Drive is an entrance to both Westhaven and onto the motorway bridge. It's a great, huge amount of work there with fences all over the place, with no indication of exactly who, no indication of whether or not that's got a TTM approved by us. It's not an AT job, I know that, but there's a fence. The staff there stopping people who don't have particular skills to integrate with how the impact it has on crossing the Harbour Bridge. And they've now put down a permanent corrugated steel protector. Well, the question is, has it got TTM? Are we approving it? How are we controlling the other access to our main roads that are other large infrastructure producers, and that's got a real ability to impact things because it's right at the entrance to the motorway. So can we find out an answer about that one? I don't expect you to know that now, but and can we check to see when those really big, long, heavy things there, have they approved, a TTM approved under the new risk-based rather than the old one? Because it looks to me like it's the old one there. And to have a main entrance to a motorway, to the bridge, controlled by some well-intentioned bloke with a bloody stick, strikes me as being the opposite of the integrated high-tech solutions I'm trying to get. Thank you.
Thank you. Desley?
Thanks, Andy, and thank you. You've got some good results in here. A few questions for me. First of all, what do you put down to the success for your local board engagement result? Do you think it's a result of the fact that we've given direction to do what the local boards want you to do and not do what they don't want you to do?
I think it was just in terms of the engagement strategy overall, and sort of engaging early, working with them in terms of their prioritisation, and in looping back with frequency and making sure they're included in anything that was happening within their community. And it's definitely changed a lot over the last number of years in order to sort of raise the bar on that. There's still work to do, there always will be in terms of that, but it's definitely listening more.
That's great. What's the KPI on that percentage? Can you remember?
Oh gosh. Yeah, it was 70,
so you're
75.
You're well above the...
Well above it,
yeah. Okay, thanks. My second question is on cycle numbers, good results on cycle numbers. Are you finding that right across the region? Because obviously you've got counters at certain locations, or are you noticing an increase in cycling in certain places?
I think right across the region, but definitely where there's been investment in the infrastructure, that sort of shows through. We can do a breakdown though, that'll show you by the counter so you can see the trends on each, and we'll share that around so everybody can see.
Really interested in that, thank you. I'm a great believer of dynamic laning, right? I think that's it's a cheaper way of getting congestion sorted quickly. I'm aware that there are some parts of Auckland that have said no to dynamic laning in the past and that may wish to rethink that. So I'm interested in how you're prioritising that dynamic laning or that use of smart technology solutions, whether it's the with the crosses and the ticks, or just, you know, no parking and doing it whichever way. How are you prioritising that list of streets or roads or arterials for dynamic laning?
I can answer that in a complex and a simple way. The simple way is it really comes down to benefit cost. Is the benefit very significant, and what is the cost relative to the benefit? So we'll target the highest return projects, those that offer the biggest benefit at the least costs. And very happy to bring back an assessment of all of the sites we've looked at. Very happy to share quite openly and transparently where we land in relation to those assessment of the candidate sites and why.
Look, I think that's the right solution. What I'm just trying to say is sometimes if you've asked something 5 years ago, times have changed, right? And so it's always a good idea to relook at the original sites that you looked at and why, and frame it up if you're having a look at the whole thing again.
Absolutely. And one of the things I did say earlier was travel patterns and volumes change over time. So what may not have been a pass mark back then may very well be a pass mark now, so to speak. So it's a good point you make. Yeah.
And just finally, Chair, if I may, I think the whatever the official term is for getting the buses to go through the lights faster or more frequent than the cars is the key to it. Because at the moment there is still, especially on the last routes into the city, it is still almost faster to go by car, because once a bus is full and it's stopping all the time, the cars go faster, right? And at the end of the day, there's cost, sure there's cost, but there's also time. And if people know that the bus is faster, that tends to sway just as much as cost, I would think. Well, certainly it has a weighting, right? So I strongly support that, certainly as closer you get into town. Thanks.
Thank you, Leslie. Ken?
Thank you. Just for my clarity, you guys are talking as the old AT or the new AT or the Infrastructure Directorate?
We're today's AT.
Today's AT. Okay, so much of the questioning here right now is going to move into the Transport Directorate of Council, correct? And so the conversation will just move with you guys to that place, is that correct? Okay, thank you. So the new AT, tomorrow's AT, will be in charge of just the buses, and will they be in charge of the purchasing of the buses and the designing of the vehicles suitable for the runs?
Yes, absolutely. And I know you probably want to talk about Langholm.
Yes, I do. So you are obviously aware, it's
yeah.
You know, in 2018, when I first got on the local board, downstairs, a couple of floors down here, we talked about appropriate sized vehicles, not just for our area, that's what's under my nose, but for other areas of Auckland. When's this going to happen? Because we've got a driver problem and a vehicle size problem, and it's having an effect on the road, the capital replacement roading costs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of our rural roads, like in Langholm, are not suitable for extra large buses. So they did have extra large buses running on them at one point. They were reduced to large. They've now been specified as medium, but we're trialling a little small bus. I can't remember how many seats they have. I think it's about 13 seats. There's one coming in July in order to trial that on that particular route to give it some flexibility. So what we're seeing in recent days was a mix of new drivers, but also in terms of some of the roading diversions that they've had out there have caused a lot of confusion for bus drivers it was actually the storm repair work that was happening out there. So there were some diversions that sort of added to that. So yes, there are smaller buses coming in order to not impact in terms of both the user experience, but also the driver experience as well.
There's got to be, where's our potential? Because 13 seats, 20 seats is not enough. But the, 60-seater or whatever they are, I see them going past my business premises every day, 3-4 times a day, 6-wheelers. No wonder they can't turn. No wonder they're having crashes on the road, etc. when are we going to get to a place where if we don't have a service that people can rely on, it's counterproductive. We might as well not put one bus there and give them this false sense of hope. So when do you think, amongst all our other problems where we've got amalgamation happening, when do you think we're going to, who is it who's going to pull out some dollars and make this happen?
Well, you remember when we talked, I think it was last year, or might have been the year before, we talked about this topic, where we said that the way that it was contracted at the time, we had to see the contract through, and we're going through re-procurement where they can re-specify in terms of what fleet goes on a particular area. So that's underway, yeah? So to make sure that we got fit-for-purpose vehicles on the right routes.
Thank you. So just one last question then, Mr. Chair. So along with the establishment of a new Auckland Transport CCO, we're going to have a look at all our bus contracts, are we?
We're already in the process of doing that, and so I think we reported back last month with Tranche 3 where we made considerable savings on that procurement, and we have a few more to go over the next couple of years as well.
Well, I'm really after savings for sure, but if we could get more people on the buses, even though the smaller seat, less seat numbers, like we're just not filling them up, and it's just not. If we got some fare recovery, that'd save money too by having a good service.
No, I agree. I mean, bus services are doing really well in terms of buses, probably the only mode that it's above pre-COVID numbers, yeah, in terms of that. But there has been a considerable investment by Auckland Council with the Climate Action Transport Targeted Rate. That's really proving very beneficial to the network. So we're now up to, gosh, I'm trying to think how many frequent routes we have. Is it 53? Over the last few years. So that you're seeing that uplift in bus users. But again, it's about growing the network over time. And we're seeing that. We're seeing really good numbers come through.
Well, it's patchy, and if I couldn't possibly use the words really well associated with the bus services in Lango without being strung up. So thank you. Julie.
Oh, kia ora, thank you. Thanks for all the info on the intersection cameras and tech and bus boosters and dynamic lanes. That was fantastic. What I'd like to know is how are we using those kinds of technologies around bus lanes, in particular, people who are parking in bus lanes during operational hours, and whether we can ticket them. I know there's a complication with towing them once we get into peak. It potentially becomes more disruptive to tow than it is to leave them there. But what are we doing there? Are we looking at cameras on buses? I know, Stacey, in the past you've talked about point-to-point, but this is something I'm getting from quite a lot of constituents at the moment around the Dominion Road bus lanes in particular. They're about to change hours to the afternoon peak will start at 3 rather than 4. That will help with the towing window. But are we doing something around cameras and ticketing to really drive that behaviour change? There's particular places where people just do it all the time.
We are looking at front cameras for buses. That is one thing we're looking at. I think there's differences in terms of what we can do with the enforcement criteria and how that works, but that is definitely something that we're looking at. I think it does come to that proactive patrols piece though, and how quickly we can do that and make sure they're clear before lane operating hours.
I'd really appreciate a bit more information at a later date perhaps on whether you've got particular routes that you're highlighting, areas with recidivist behaviour where maybe there are conversations to be had with the businesses as well. One of the things I'm aware of through Balmoral, for example, is that I suspect a lot of this is Uber Eats drivers picking up food from in the evening peak, And so actually, ideally we don't want them to get a ticket because we don't want them to be there. There might be a conversation to be had there with the local business association around can there be, there are some service lanes there. I'm just using that as an example. I'm not expecting you to address that one directly. But, because when there are things like Uber Eats drivers, these people are often on quite marginal income. They're going to do the fastest thing they can. And it's difficult to have a conversation with them collectively. So how do we create those loading spaces even in those kinds of environments? The other thing that I wanted to ask about was in the presentation, you've sort of broken things up into sections, and I get that. but some of them, it seemed to me like some of these things could be in multiple sections. So, for example, the urban development slide, the two examples you gave, one was a busway project and the other was an off-road cycling project. Now, both of those also have network optimisation gains, right? And the off-road cycling, I'm familiar with that section of the road, that getting the bikes off there will have a network optimisation for all the users, right? So the busway one, very straightforward. So I think it would be really helpful for us to sometimes understand better what are the co-benefits of some of these. Like we're doing them because of X, that's the work program they sit in, or however you think about it. But actually, it's doing Y and Z as well. And so, for example, I've talked before about how reducing crashes from a safety point of view, right? But also huge network optimization benefits because of, So how do you think you might be able to communicate that stuff better to us through these updates? I would find that really useful.
You know, that's a solid point. And I think, well, we categorise things using the P3 type scenario. So you've got your projects, you've got your programs, then you've got your portfolios. And so that's what you see when it comes here. You know, you've got urban, you've got public transport, etc. And so in terms of that, what we could do, and I know that actually from a particular project perspective, it is categorised in terms of the co-benefits. So we can provide a little bit more information in terms of the overview, I think, in terms of what that project or program does.
Great. And I mean, it might just be a matter of, some colour coding on the side that says, all the network optimisation projects have a green sticker on them, or, like it doesn't have to be a big complicated thing, but just to make visible to us in the community, because there's often this perception that we do things for one reason. That is not my experience around here. There are multiple reasons, but we need to make those transparent, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Daniel.
Hi, team. Thank you so much. Firstly, can I just, through you, Chair, acknowledge Stacey for being very responsive to my questions. I'm sure that there's probably another process I need to go through, but thank you, Stacey, for indulging me. My constituent inquiries, which have been helpfully addressed by you. With respect to fare box recovery improvements, I'm sure that the closing the gap to go from 33.8 to 30 is quite is going to be quite material. But I'm just wondering if you could provide back to me and others who wish to have this information too, a breakdown slower time as to what the fare box recovery is by PT class, trains, bus and ferries. And I'm particularly interested in the per dollar cost subsidies, because these are quite material figures, I would imagine, that we're talking about, depending on the service. And secondly, are you providing that information through to the Chief Executive to inform forward discussions for the 10-year plan?
Yeah, we do. We report from an SOI in terms of the individual fare box recovery. So we do have that sort of dashboard view, as well as what we call the yield. So the average revenue received from each passenger, take into consideration all the concessions, etc. So that's how we do our own sort of benchmarking in our budgets, and then work up from a patronage perspective, as well as the cost per passenger by mode. Yeah, and so happy to share that information.
Yeah, I think it's quite important for our forward discussions in terms of some of the trade-offs that we're going to face with our budget setting in the next wee while, and I think that's something that Phil Wilson and the Mayor's office need to be aware of, so they can provide that information back to us as well. So, but I'm particularly interested in the fare box recovery by PT classes. My other question, thank you for the fantastic work that's taking place on the PT work in relation to level crossing removals in the south. I noticed that you've got the visual there for Manuia Road Bridge, which kind of looks, which I that's the design that I support too, but I I'm wondering if we are actually settled in terms of our design specifications yet, or that's still subject to the conclusion of the consultation, which is ongoing at the moment. But I mean, how soon do you anticipate that we're actually moving from design to construction for that first bridge, which would have to be at Manuia? Because that isn't really future, that's almost, or feels to me like we're getting very close to it. So do you have any information about that beyond near future?
The level crossings program is due to come and give you a briefing in the next month or two around the whole level crossing program, which will give you that information that you're after.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It might come back to me.
Thank you. Joe?
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to ask, great to see the local board numbers there. What about for us as councillors? Do you do the same? Like, you know, what is it, satisfaction scores or whatever?
Yeah, we don't do the same. No, you know, not from that perspective in terms of, so yes, I mean, is that something we should be doing going forward? Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It'll be good.
Yeah, good point.
And also because more is coming over to us to do in terms of transport with the transition. I wanted to ask about public transport safety, and I will take up the offer to meet with Rachel Cara, thank you. But I want to know, is there a way to get immediate response as a passenger when you're on the bus? I'm focused on the bus because it's smaller than a train and it's in far more confined space. And when something is happening, you can't ring 111 because it's too obvious and the aggravator will turn on you. And so I've been using 4030, but that's not instant. You know, it's just really reporting something after the fact. So is there a way to do it, to have 4030 be that immediate connection to 111, or?
I mean, the Crime Stoppers, you know, text number is a great tool for people, but it's not for emergency situations. Yeah, because you're not guaranteed an urgent response in terms of that, because it goes through, when it comes through to us, it's anonymised because it's an anonymous system, in order to get more reporting through the door, which is good because then it gives actionable insights, and therefore if there is something serious it does go to police. But the number one protocol if there is something serious is 111 always. Yeah.
Mike?
Thank you. First of all, congratulations, Stacey, on the bus driver safety screens. I recall that being discussed some years ago and you being involved in that. When is it likely that we'll be getting close to 100%?
Yeah, so thanks for the question, Councillor. So we chose 80% because there is a lot of new fleet coming in over the next few years, and it seemed like a bad use of funding in order to be able to retrofit these to the 20% that we knew were going to be replaced within the next few years. So within the next few years, as the procurement activity increases, they will be phased out, the old fleet. So within 2 years, they will be fully done.
Thank you for that. Another question in terms of public transport and the active modes update. You just about answered this question before. It would seem that by deduction it must be rail and ferry that is lagging behind in terms of recovery. And when we're talking about recovery, presumably we're talking about recovery from pre-COVID 2019-20. Would that be right?
Yeah, correct.
In your comments about buses?
Yeah, so bus is definitely above pre-COVID, but when I sort of look at ferry, it's quite substantially lower, and that's because, of course, we've got a point-to-point network in most of the areas, apart from your growth services of Hobsonville and Pine Harbour, to experience a lot of urban growth. And so because of that, with work from home, that pattern has fundamentally changed. We've seen really good numbers in ferry over the last few months, though. It has improved quite substantially. I think we've had better weather as well. Train, I think, is naturally getting better. It's actually above SOI for train, and that's because we've managed to control some of those closures and having less unreliability as well with that. So once we get to integrating the city rail link and we don't have these massive blocks of line, I think we'll see a pretty swift recovery of trains.
I would agree with you on that. I do feel, obviously, rail patronage has virtually collapsed or gone down by a third, and hopefully it will bounce back once people get used to full services being returned. The other point, though, I think with ferries, I think ferries have been doing better than officially reported. I might be wrong about that, but the figures in regard to ferry patronage always surprises me, because unlike rail or even buses, ferries seem to have recovered very well, but perhaps it's something to do with wharf taxes and so on, but I won't go there. My other question relates to cycling and the cycling movements. Can AT now differentiate on its counters between cycles and e-scooters?
Yeah, I believe so. I think we can. I will confirm back to you, but I do remember seeing a report on Miola Road and it had differentiated them.
It's something that needs to be checked, I think, and also what mechanisms you have to correct. Obviously, a cyclist will be going over a number of counters, and in the system where you have corrections to cater for that, to get a rigorous. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. John?
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Just a couple of questions in terms of context. Councillor Lee was referring to the different modes, and obviously with something like the mode like the ferry, they had 3 years of chronic disruption as a consequence of the crew shortage after COVID. So not during COVID, but after COVID, which went through to nearly 2025, very end of 2024, before some services were restored. So I think in any comparisons or analysis, I think context is firstly very important. And secondly, so is the choice of data. So if we're going to come back with financials, it will be useful to get the capital costs of the different public transport options, rail, bus, ferry, so that we know what capital investment is going in. Some modes, like the ferries, for instance, have the capital and the operational costs combined in the contract. So obviously, they're essentially getting penalised for that if we're going into this kind of punitive, rather narrow view that some have. And so what is also useful is going to not just the cost per customer metric, which is the one that AT uses, but also the cost per passenger kilometre travelled, which changes the whole diagnosis when you go to that, because we don't want to be penalising long distance travel and treating them as if they're the same as a 2 kilometre trip on a train or a bus with a 29, 30, 35 kilometre travel on something else. That's not a fair comparison. It's not what transport planners do. Okay, so as far as questions go, I just wanted, and it goes to there's a bit of discussion about the dynamic laning, and well, certainly the area I represent has been one of the outstanding successes, Whangaparua Road, but it has not been without its challenges. And what I want to know, so first of all, there was overwhelming community opposition, including parts of the local board. It was just the heroic councillors of that time who persisted, along with the poor AT staff who had to front some pretty unpleasant meetings. Now, yeah, everyone's a fan. But it is a delicate balancing act between side friction and safety. And what I want to know is, do you revisit even places like Whangaparua Road, which have been really successful, thank goodness for the dynamic laning, but there are still safety issues by virtue of it being dynamic laned. And I think of instances like where buses can't, so if a bus stops, there's no lane for anyone to go and there's a danger someone pulls out unknowingly. Now, areas like that are very fortunate is that you have people travelling there every day, so they're familiar. Do we go back and review those safety refinements, given that a lot of the dynamic laning has trade-offs, safety-wise?
Through the chair, yes, I think I answered earlier, we do review, so we monitor the dynamic lanes and we do review instances like a bus stopping, any sort of safety instances that occur, and we do from time to time make changes as and when required if we are picking up safety issues with those lanes. And Whangaparo has had its fair share of issues. It's by no means been simple. I think the tech that was also put in there at the outset was very early tech. We had endless problems with that tech, and so it's been quite challenging in terms of maintenance of the legitimacy of all the lights that are in ground there. But I think that we've now replaced all of those, and we've got a far better operating system in place than what we had originally.
And just finally, Mr. Chair, just a compliment to the AT team in terms of, and it's very apt, given the talks about buses. We're in Scott Point, where there's been a lot of problem with the road. AT have responded with an interim solution, listening to the community, which in turn has opened up the possibility to a bus service with smaller buses to utilise that. So thank you very much to the people who have been involved in that.
You've said that. Victoria.
Thank you. Sorry, you quickly touched on the Glenvar Road, East Coast Road safety improvements, or the improvement there. And I think you kind of said, I think you said we've restarted the detailed designs on that. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit more? Because it was just kind of touched on, but it is a piece of significant work that we've been advocating for in my neck of the woods for a very, very long time.
Yeah, there's been quite sorry, there's been quite a detailed review on the benefits and the costs for that project. Not so much for East Coast Road, but Glenvar Road had quite a cost associated with very few benefits. So the project's been staged now with the focus on East Coast Road and the intersection, with Glenvar Road to be reassessed as the project goes. That's what's happening at the moment. If you want more information, I can get you more information on it.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm also completely aware that we had the 2023 floods, which also a significant piece of investment went into that as well. Just also going to be cheeky, but there is that Vaughan's Road and Te Oneroa Road project that is also part of that catchment. Is there any update on that as well?
I believe we had a request come to council a number of months ago about that. The request, we would like to do them simultaneously because there are a lot of benefits from managing that, but it's currently not funded in the RLTP.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Matt.
It's just a question about the traffic signal optimisation. Is there any intention or plan to bring that kind of operation in-house? I know that we contract that out to other companies, but the development of AI and computer engineers and the like, if we had that in-house, it may be something that we are adapting specifically to Auckland by those that live in the city?
The technologies that we've been investigating have proven capability already in the market. Us doing development and then trying to learn will take us a while to get to where the technology already is and is available. There's always merit in trying to develop product. In this case, I think if we try to develop the product, we would be disadvantaging Aucklanders, and it would cost us a lot more and a lot more effort and time.
No worries, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Oh, Richard.
Kia ora, sorry, I did put my thing through, but it must not. You might have blocked me. Fair enough. Kia ora, I guess just on a couple things, and maybe it's when the transition happens to you, Stacey, that we have a bit of a walk around, touch and feel, screens, explanations on some of your work, because I'm a geek and love that stuff, but I think it would help all of us to understand more, like I often hear empty buses, but there might be an empty bus for the first third of the route, but the last 2/3 you didn't see completely full. Or the fact the trains, when the rail is open, is almost 2019, but when it's closed, it's normally zero because you can't use the train when it's closed. So it'll be good to have some of that analytics and data shown. And do you know I know you mentioned before the frequent buses. I count 58 frequent bus routes, but the website says 45. Yeah, so it would be good to have, but also showing, if we could show the committee the increase. So I think 10 years ago there was 10 frequent bus routes. So if we were able to show people where you've staggered, why things connect.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We can do that. We can do a bit of a PT showcase, so to help people understand. You're right. So in 2016, we had very minimal in terms of frequent bus route. So it has changed considerably and substantially. And you're right that the empty bus conversation is one we do have frequently. Great example that you see the diversity in terms of how a bus network works is I took the 75 the other night to get from the office to Newmarket to talk at uni. And within that journey, there must have been, 50 people, but some would go just up the road, some would go all the way, some would go further. And so the cycle in terms of people getting on and off is quite huge. And you don't often see that. If you see a point to bus in a journey, you'll see a couple of people on it, but the next stop there might be 30 more, 20 might get off. And so we can take through some of those data scenarios and demonstrate that.
Yeah, and just on the sizes buses, is my understanding still a bus doesn't stick on the same, is it still the case it doesn't stick on the same route all day? It might, because I know the 814s and stuff, they peel off and they might do a busway and then they come back. Is that still how it's all optimised? That they just...
Yeah, correct. I mean, and a unit is specified and taken into consideration. I mean, I guess Auckland's changed quite a lot since those contracts were specified too. And so specified with a certain number of buses, and those buses go here, there and everywhere and they're interchangeable in order to maximise the use of the asset themselves. Yeah, so if you were to specify from an individual route, which we do need to do with some, Scott's Point's a good example, as is Langholm, in terms of that where you do have restrictions, you do get lost asset value because you're not utilising it as much as you possibly could. So we do that minimally, yeah, try and maximise the asset value. Yeah.
Thank you. Just on the skippers and bus drivers, so having this issue with the immigration rules with the bus drivers, do we feel confident that that issue is being ironed out, or that we have a good kind of wriggle room on both the ferries and buses, because it took a lot of work to get on top of that in 2022, but I would hate for us to suddenly, when public transport's having a bit of a renaissance, thankfully, are you feeling any risk there? Is there any work we need to do with government? Or?
Yeah, there's absolute risk there. There is a national spotlight on it. There's a national bus group. 2027 is the year for Auckland that we will lose about 300, 400 potentially if there aren't other changes. There are other aspects that we need to do to work with the industry. So one of the big things is, of course, in terms of helping international bus drivers, through the system, so to speak. But, some already, when they came here during that time when we had different restrictions in place, acknowledged they were only here for a point of time. So in terms of that, the onus is on the operator in order to recruit towards what they know. But there are stuff happening in the background here, looking at it nationally.
Thank you. And last question, just on, and thinking I've just been to another city that obviously has state government funding, but will there be options going forward, or that you'll put forward as the public transport CCO to local boards or whoever, of different options that maybe aren't public transport, but like I look at those new pedestrian walkways for the level crossings, look at stops, they don't have covers or shelters. Like, is there a way that you could come to us and say, in KiwiRail or NZTA only funding X, but actually would you guys like to fund the shelters, or would you like to fund the lighting? Because I feel like sometimes we just miss that extra bit that would especially get women, young people, like people who might not be okay going to a accessing public transport because there's no shelter and no lighting at 9 p.m. at night, but we actually might get another 10% lift because of that original capital spend. Do you guys get business cases? Just feels like we miss some of the really crucial point-to-point stuff for our public transport.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, that's one thing that you'll hear public transport people say is that, you know, we're good at the big things, not so much the little things. And so we do have a minor capital program that targets those elements in terms of improved, whether it be walking access, walk up, lighting's a really big one. And we've done a lot of lighting improvements with bus stops this year, retrofitted a lot of bus stops, but it is a work in progress. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, team. Someone like to move the, thank you, Desley. Thanks, seconded Richard. Any discussion? Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Anyone who wants to join the bicycle movement, I have 2 e-bikes for sale. Just come and see me afterwards. Very good ones too. They're not very well used at all, as you might be able to tell. A very good mountain bike and my wife's bike. Yeah, springs are good on one of them. Right, the next item is the time of use charging. And so we had a little bit of a go at this the other day at a workshop that set a record for the fastest ever. So Michael, with a very fancy little goatee I see there, Michael, nice work. And Graham and Hamish, so all yours, team.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So today we're just looking to talk about a submission on the National Time of Use Charging Regulations. Before we get into the submission, I'll just say, by way of update, where we are with the proposals for work towards an Auckland scheme. We're planning to come back to this committee in August to bring options for shortlisting a number of potential charging scheme areas. We'll bring those to the committee for consideration and approval, along with a proposed comms and engagement strategy. So the Auckland aspects will come back to you in August for a discussion of this. This is about a proposed council submission on the national regulations that have been set out by the ministry. These are kind of technical and dry looking, but they do have a potentially significant impact on a future scheme, and that's why we're keen to put forward get a council submission approved. So in short, the regulations do 3 things. They propose different classes, a standard set of vehicle classes, basically kind of motorbikes, passenger cars, sort of buses, and then trucks. They propose charging ratios between those vehicle classes. And they're saying that these charging ratios would be applied to all schemes nationwide, including a potential Auckland scheme. And the ratios that they're proposing is that the standard passenger car would be the sort of 1, buses would pay twice the standard passenger charge, trucks would pay 4 times, but motorcycles would pay half. Now I should say that there are rules within the legislation that allow subsidised buses to be exempted. So you shouldn't get too concerned about that point because, you know, the buses that Auckland Transport runs and the Ministry of Education funds, they're likely to be exempted from a future scheme. And the final thing that the regulations propose is a fixed infringement fee of $70. Now, in terms of our proposed submission in response to that, we're recommending that council support the idea of consistent vehicle charging classes. We think that'll be useful for, you know, simplifying scheme implementation around New Zealand. But we do recommend that the ministry review the trucks class, because that class, as proposed, includes medium trucks, which might be sort of 5 tonnes and relatively small with modest congestion impacts, all the way up to 30 tonnes, which are an entirely different beast and do have quite significant congestion impacts, but they're all grouped together in the same class. So we think that's potentially kind of unfair and unreasonable. The main point that we want to make is around the proposed nationally set ratios between these vehicle classes. And here we're proposing that council oppose having a nationally mandated set of charges. And the reason for this is we've done a lot of work on potential sort of scheme options up to now, and what we're continuing to find is the congestion varies from place to place around the network, and it's heavily dependent on the nature of the network, the public transport alternatives available, and the mix of traffic going there. And what we're saying is we want, I should also say terrain. And so what we're saying is we want the maximum flexibility for Auckland, and it'll be a scheme board, Auckland scheme board, to set not only the right optimised charges for any particular scheme location, but also the ratios between different vehicle types to make sure that we're getting a fair distribution across all classes. So we broadly agree with where the ministry is coming from, that larger vehicles should pay a higher charge, but we say that the specific ratios should be set on a location by location basis because they need to be optimised for particular locations. So that's one of the main points we're seeking council support of. And then finally, in terms of the $70 penalty fee, we broadly support that. We think it needs the ability to be updated over time, and that we need to have allowance for recovery of debt collection costs. But it's important too that because the $70 fee potentially is regressive and may have impact on Māori and low income households, we're also recommending that the ministry conducts a review of those aspects before they do finalise that number. So that's the recommendation in short. We have begged your indulgence, Mr. Chair, to have a few just technical changes to the submission, and we've added in additional submissions that came late from local boards, so they're included. So that's the reason for you've got another version circulated there. Thank you.
Thank you. So questions so far, John?
Yeah, start with the $70 penalty charge, and I see in our submission we're very kindly not proposing to see it increase irrespective of inflation. That's very kind, but I just wanted to compare that $70 fee to what happens with some of the toll roads, like the Northern Gateway toll road, which I'm familiar with. If you miss your toll there, and this effectively is a type of toll, you get a $4.90 admin fee plus the original bill. Then if you keep not paying it, then you eventually do get an infringement fee of $40. We seem to be going for the jugular here with $70. What is different about this than the system the Northern Gateway people provide, where the unpaid fee and warning is $4.90?
So it looks like the Northern Gateway toll was, penalty charge was set in December 2008 and has not been reviewed since. So it may be that the Ministry or NZTA would like to review that at some stage in line with this. We don't know. We haven't had that discussion. And we are advocating that there is an annual review to keep it in line with inflation. Okay, well, I find $6 enough, to be honest, guys, without reviewing anything. As far as the whole basis of a penalty charge, and we do have a number of tolls that operate around New Zealand now, what actually is the non-compliance when it's all said and done? So how many people end up not paying anything? Do we have those sort of figures so we know what proportion of people are we dealing with?
We don't have those numbers, but I'm aware of some of the experience in Australia where at the start of a new type of scheme, there are many attempts by some in the community to avoid paying for it. So that's why infringement fees are necessary, and I note $70 is very low compared with the general fees in Australia for similar offences. But you raise a very good point. They need to be high enough to encourage people to pay the charge up front rather than be subject to an infringement, but at the same time, as is mentioned in the recommendations, we need to acknowledge that there are some people who may not be aware or may get themselves into trouble. So government needs to look into how they will deal with the low-income groups and other groups who may struggle with this initially.
So it'd be worthwhile knowing what percentage of motorists we're dealing with here. Is it a significant number or is it a small number? Because that should dictate what any charging regime is there. And like I said, I'm not in favour of, flying straight to $70 when people are paying tolls. They might be paying $50 a week or something in their tolls, and then, because what happens on that Northern Gateway, I can tell you, is that people forget to pay their tolls, and not through evasion. They forget to pay the tolls. I've only got, 3 or 4 days now, I think, to pay them. So they get caught, but it's not. But they then do pay that penalty. So, I think there's a fundamental kind of punitive element there that I don't think that's really justified.
There will be a substantial difference with how time use charging works to something like the Northern Gateway toll, in that many of the users of that toll road are very occasional users, so they are more likely to forget, whereas time of use charge will be operating within the city centre area, and it'll be subject. A lot more people will have to pay it regularly as opposed to very rarely, so there'll be much less likelihood of people forgetting. It'll be something where the system is designed so that people automatically pay as the system registers their number plate. In the background, they automatically pay. They do not have to do anything. That is the goal of the system, and the infringement fee is part of the rationale to get people to set up that automated system so that they don't forget.
Sorry, I think just to add to this, I think it's worth noting that this is the infringement fee. It's the final impact if it's not if it's not paid. As far as I'm aware, NZTA hasn't established what the process is in terms of reminders and warnings and whatnot before you get to this fee level. So I expect that there would be, in a similar way to the toll charge, a series of reminders before that fee is imposed. We just don't know what that looks like yet. The ministry are using this opportunity with the regulations to say, well, the ultimate penalty is this $70 fee. So there's quite a bit to go under that water, to go under the bridge in terms of how the overall payment system will work.
They've given a bit of thought to the penalty infringement then. What's the sort of figure that's coming out as far as a standard charge goes? I mean, obviously that's going to be fundamental to the people on the receiving end of this. What sort of numbers are they thinking about as a charge that's been around for a couple of years now? What are they arriving at? It's pretty fundamental.
Well, it very much depends on the kind of option that's selected, and ultimately the charge will be set by the scheme board rather than council itself. But that's something we should be able to provide you a little bit more information on when we come to you in August.
Okay, we've given an example here of standard charge of a car of $5 as an example, and then trucks in relation to that $5 charge. Is that roughly the ballpark figure they're thinking of?
As I say, there's a range, and $5 is within that ballpark.
Final question. As far as this whole time of use charges go, are we proceeding on the basis where there is no congestion, there is no charge, or there's just graduated charges during the day? Have we gone down that track?
Well, if I can turn it around the other way, is we're certainly looking for the charge to target congestion and to reduce congestion in the areas where we're proposing to charge it. We are imagining that there would be shoulder charges, so perhaps half on either side of the peak periods. And then the current working assumption is if there's not congestion, then you wouldn't charge. So yeah, that's the point that we're working to. It's called a time of use charging. We're really just looking to target those times of the day where congestion is occurring with a charge, so you can get people to change their behaviour, swap to public transport, swap to a later time in the day, or pay the charge and get the time-saving benefit from having a reasonably decongested route.
Or switch to another day, because we have times now where certain days there's no congestion. So start of the week can be very congested. Thursday, Friday can be a run through. Does it include weekends?
Hang on, John, this is about the regulations, and so not the basis of why we're putting in or considering time of use. This is about the regulations, and your question's got nothing to do with the regulations. So if you could bring it back to regulations, we'll go.
They do actually, because they're to do with costs. And obviously, if we're passing things as this, we're advancing this whole process. So it very much is to do that with that. And I think if we're talking about costs, in this case infringement fees, we should be getting an indication as to what the other costs are, because that relates to then how punitive or not you want to be with anyone who transgresses. So I think, like other occasions, this is all inextricably linked. We are progressing this. So all I'm trying to do is ascertain what some of the cost structures are that link to the public who will be paying this.
Yep, so if that could be really clear in your questions, because it wasn't.
I think fundamentally, we think that the infringement fee, we agree with the ministry that the infringement fee is roughly in line with similar sorts of levels of infringement fees that are currently in place around New Zealand for similar sorts of things, and fundamentally it should be enough to deter people from continuing to be non-payers, because one of the things that we do want to ensure is that, you know, if you've got a scheme in place, that it's fair, everybody who should pay the charge does pay the charge, and to make sure there's, you know, it's fair across all users.
Final question, Mr. Chair, and if that is the nature of the infringement fee based on overseas examples, I guess we should also note that if it's that standard charging ratio of around $5, then a lot of people, people in Auckland will be paying $2,500 a year, single person. A family, it'll be $5,000, same as a whole rates payment for the year.
Okay, Robbie.
Kia ora, thanks Chair and thanks team. Just my question relates to paragraph 26 of the report, where you mention that many of the local boards have provided comment or feedback about the equity and social impact issues that might be caused by time of use charges, and also recognising that we as a governing body in the past have advocated along those lines too around equity issues. However, those comments are not included at all in the submission. I just wonder if you could explain a little bit more why we haven't included those sentiments in the submission this time around.
I think we've tried to focus this submission on the national regulations themselves, but we have absolutely taken on board everything the local boards have said, and we're going to be incorporating those into our next piece of advice to you. This is the third time the local boards have had a chance to provide formal feedback, and we are continuing to look back across that corpus of work.
Kia ora, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Sarah.
Oh, it's a very similar question, actually. And apologies, colleagues, I'm a bit of a broken record today, but I guess I just want to note Whai Local Board and others' feedback around the lack of consideration of people who, for various impairment reasons, may not be able to use public transport. And that I just want to note that the Waka Kotahi research from August 2022 demonstrated that the barriers faced by disabled people in accessing public transport have seen no meaningful change since the Human Rights Commission report in 2005. So that's over a period of 20 years. So I guess my question is the same as Lotto's, in which case you've already answered it. But I don't quite understand. Could you explain to me why disabled people are not included in point X? I should say. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, fair point. We could include a reference to disabled people within that if there's general agreement.
Is it something we are allowed to chair?
Yeah, I'm happy to put it up there as a chair and as part of the, they're not chairs recs, but they are committed out of it. And if people are okay with it, I mean, it makes sense and it's a recommendation to the, to the ministry. So,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
okay, Ken.
Yes, so my question was about X2. I wanted to know why we put in there Maori and not just low income. Why not just low income and, mobility impaired people? I'll finish that. My daughter's family is Maori. My son-in-law's, they ain't low income earners. Why have we done that? Just low income earners would be enough, would it not?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. One of them, we do have a special partnership and relationship with Māori, and this was a piece of feedback that we had from Hokura to include within it.
Oh, well, thanks. I'll make sure when they come down from Whangarei, they know they don't have to pay any charges. Thanks. Okay, and just a reminder, we had a workshop on this last week and not a single question was asked. So, you had an opportunity to ask some questions then. So, Joe.
Thank you. I understand that this is about the regulations, but I'm also in the same boat as Councillor Foley and Councillor Patterson-Hamlin with their questioning around point 26 and when will we be getting into designing this so that we can address those equity issues that are being raised?
Yeah, that'll come through in August and those things. We're very aware of these issues when we're thinking about the potential scheme options we're putting to you. One of the challenges that we face is this council did submit to government in favour of having exemptions within the legislation. Unfortunately, Parliament made the decision not to include exemptions, so it is making it more challenging, but it's certainly something we're extremely aware of as we think about the way that we design scheme options.
And if I could ask, I briefly skimmed the Act. I just wanted to know, how do we influence where revenue is going to be spent?
This is another question, I think, for August and beyond, but we've certainly heard that the point from local boards that council more generally, that there's a real desire to ensure that we've got public transport alternatives in place, and then if there is any other revenue, it's reinvested within the charge area. So that's that's something that we'll be discussing with you in future meetings.
Oh yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Very good.
Okay, John Gillen.
Oh, thank you. I've got a couple of questions about the vehicle classification part of this. First of all, the local boards have suggested that motorbikes be exempt from this. If you could address that, please. But also, you mentioned buses and that we don't need to worry about buses because they're likely to be exempt, but I assume so it would just be private buses that would be under this scheme. So if you could just clarify that. And I don't understand the rationale behind charging trucks, because although they take up more physical space as part of congestion, the thrust behind the congestion charging is because of the high cost of congestion for businesses. So surely we actually wanting to free up the space to enable the trucks to move in, so we wouldn't be charging them, and those charges will just get passed on to customers as well. So those are my questions about the vehicle classification. Thanks.
Thanks. So in terms of the motorbikes, I think we said, we did, so apologies, I'm forgetting my own recs, that, they should have another look at whether you apply that to, apply the charge to motorbikes. Buses, yes, subsidised buses should be exempt. I mean, that's an option that's actually a decision that's made by each scheme, but we'd imagine that would be definitely a decision that occurs in Auckland. And coming back to the point about why would you charge trucks? Well, this is a ministry or government proposal, which we're kind of responding to, and what we're saying is, rather than having to deal with a nationally mandated ratio of 4, of trucks paying 4 times the charge, we think that each scheme should have the ability to make its own decisions about that And then that would reflect the ability to say, well, with this scheme, who are we wanting to shift? Are we wanting to shift, trucks? Or are we wanting to shift people who are potentially making discretionary trips during the interpeak? And let's have the ability to set the ratio that reflects that. But we also need to recognise too that trucks, heavier vehicles, do have an impact on congestion. So, to be fair, they probably should pay a higher amount, but precisely what that higher amount is would be determined on a location by location basis.
Thank you. Mike.
This really worries me. I don't think people realise what the degree of public pushback there will be when they realise what's going on. Talking about time of use charging, people haven't got a clue what that means. It's not like congestion tax or motorway toll or something that's quite clearly understood. So when it does become clear, I think we're going to have a bit of trouble here, guys. Just look at the recent rates increase. In terms of impact on low-income people, it's all that's worthy enough. But how does one prove that they're a low-income person when they're hit with a fine? Have you thought that through?
Well, I think that this is an issue. As the ministry are proposing these regulations, and the ministry have proposed the $70 fee. I think by our submission, what we're saying to the ministry is, on the face of it, it looks reasonable and like it'll have a deterrent impact, but we still think it's prudent for you to check what the impact of that standardised fee may have on low-income households. So we think that this is a question that the ministry should need to address. I apologise.
Yeah, it's a little bit vague. The other point is low-income households and Maori. So does it mean not just low-income Maori households, but Maori, all Maori? Middle-class, well-to-do Maori, they get a free pass, and a Pākehā commuter worker doesn't? Are you trying to sell that? Because that may cause trouble as well.
That was not the intent of that point. It was raised initially, as was said, by Hukura, and we thought it was a good point, and we expanded it to include low-income households as well, because they have rationale to consider the impacts of the infringement fee, because it's a bigger financial impact. And I think in response to Councillor Short's point, Councillor Patterson-Hamlin's point that mobility impaired should also be included.
Just think that through, please. Think it through before it's too late, because I think we're asking for trouble here. Let's take it to its conclusion then. So somebody is sent a fine way above what we used to on the toll road, and so they are they meant, if they are Maori, are they meant to send in their whakapapa to prove that they get a free pass? Or how is this going to work, guys? Yes, this is what we pay you to do. How is this going to work?
I suspect that the way that the ministry, if they see a fixed fee of $70 is having a significant impact on Māori and low-income households and disabled people, then they may reconsider the scale of that fee rather than having some specified issue. But all we're doing in this submission is asking them to consider that impact before they finalise that specific fee level.
With all due respect, it's not going to help the credibility of Auckland Council or indeed AT to submit to parliamentarians along these lines without pretty good rigorous explanation. Just because you said Hokura said, they'll say, who is Hokura? And you'll have to say, that's the Independent Maori Statutory Board told us to do this. Is that going to help anyone? Is that going to help the Independent Maori Statutory Board right now? What will Mr. Peters, for instance, say, Mr. Henry's former colleague? And I remember that 1996 election in Rodney. But anyway, I think you're going to have to do better than this, guys. Honestly, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Shane?
Thank you. Two questions, Chair. Firstly, number X and number 10, resolution there, recommend an assessment of the impact of the penalty fee. So could I just ask what an assessment might involve? What would you be, how would you do that? Is there any process you have in mind?
Well, I expect that the ministry might consider, you know, what's issues such as what's the likelihood of these households paying the penalty fee, and then, you know, what would be their the assessment on their overall well-being, income, welfare, that kind of thing, and then consider balancing the merits of that income on a number, that impact on a number of households versus the merits of a consistent higher fee and deterrent effect and the like. Then they could provide some advice and come to a conclusion about whether they'll make any change.
So it would be gathering information and just looking at expected impacts. Great, that answers that. Second Q, just having a read through the local board, on a completely different note, on the local board submissions and fantastic subs too. Speaking of fantastic, Henderson Massey, as always, fantastic. Point I of their submission suggests an exemption category be established for essential services to communities and or registered not-for-profit organisations, so things like food bank distributors, things like that. I just wanted your take on that. What have you guys considered that, and what would you sort of think about that idea? Because I think it's a pretty good one.
I mean, certainly it has merit. Unfortunately, the legislation, you know, the possibility for this kind of exemption was considered in the legislation, and they didn't allow for it. So we're kind of restricted. In a future scheme, we will be restricted in what we can do in that regard. Nevertheless, as I say, we are taking those issues into account as we think about scheme option design and looking at what other things we can do, and that's a discussion for the future.
Sure, so just this is the last follow-up, thanks Chair. So looking sort of 5 steps into the future, scheme's in place, it's operating, and we look at it and think, goodness, here's some unintended consequences. You know, for example, we're throwing in a bunch more costs to our charities that can't afford it. This, to go back to the question, are you envisaging that we'd have some flexibility to address some of these little wrinkles after the scheme's in place, or how would that kind of work? Do you know? I'm asking for a crystal ball assessment, I suppose, but yeah, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, that is a bit of a crystal ball assessment, and I need to note that it wouldn't be council that necessarily made these decisions. There's a scheme board that would be set up between council and NZTA that would be making the decisions. But certainly I think there is ability within the legislation to refine the scheme within the rules, and so you know, of course we're going to continue to want to refine it to deal with any unintended consequences.
Well, thank you, really appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Daniel?
Look, I really have a problem with 6. I'm being told, I've been suggested to agree the $70 standard penalty fee, and then, but we'll also recommend an assessment of the impact of what we've just agreed to. So I will need to record my vote against 6 because I don't agree a $70 standard penalty. Certainly, if the good people travelling up in near Puhoi aren't getting anywhere close to that penalty, there's a problem there. There needs to be a standard approach. Do you think that our advocacy on this should actually soften the position with respect to the standard penalty fee proposed? Because I'm frankly, I just don't know how we can be so definitive where by virtue of the fact that you've got a recommendation for an assessment of its impact, one would assume that we agree this, but we're frankly unsure of its impact on a certain cohort of people. I'm just wondering if you've got any comment on that.
I think it's a fair point. We are saying that overall the $70 fee looks like the right place to start, but nevertheless we think the ministry should be considering that impact in terms of low-income households and such before it's finalised.
Do you think that a standard $70 penalty fee should apply in one postcode when it doesn't apply in another postcode within the same region?
I don't think that that's what we're proposing. We're simply asking.
No, but that's what we're looking at here, because we've got the northern toll penalty is different to what we've got in this particular. I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to time of use charging, but I've got some real issues with respect to some of these recommendations, and I just find it difficult to reconcile the disparity as Councillor Watson identified. Given that we are agreeing the penalty, we assume that the penalty is going to have an adverse effect, so we're going to assess that on low-income households, and the penalty will apply to $70 penalty in one area, but whatever it was in the Northern Gateway another.
I appreciate that. There are unfortunately two different schemes with two different sets of regulation. We can only hope that over time the New Zealand Transport Agency, given government does like consistency, would bring its penalty fare into alignment. Its toll scheme penalties into alignment with its congestion scheme penalties, and then would have greater fairness in terms of and consistency in the way these things work.
I mean, a possible way around this is to change that recommendation to just remove the 70 and ask for that the level of the penalty fee be reviewed.
Well, that's not going to win my support, because I think I'm really quite unsure, frankly, as to what a penalty should be up front, let alone agreeing to it, in light of the fact that the impacts across certain cohorts are not known, and that there is a different charge fee that applies on the northern. Admittedly, it's a different scheme altogether, but when you are driving around the network of roads in Auckland, frankly, that's immaterial. You are just going to get clicked and you're going to receive an invoice. You want to know why is it 70 here and a few bucks there.
Yep. Okay, so we can have this debate when we get through the questions. Mayor Brown.
Thank you for that. I'm a bit confused now as to who sets penalties. In most cases, the government set the penalties, but we do occasionally set the odd penalty. I think, do we ever set penalties? I thought we did as a council sometimes for non-payment of building inspections or something. I don't know. Who sets penalties? What's the rule there? Is it always the government?
Far from an expert on penalty setting in transport, but my understanding is they're generally prescribed in some sort of legislation or regulation, because you will recall, for example, penalties for parking non-payment. We recently pushed for the government to enable those to be updated, to bring them, they hadn't been updated for 10 or 20 years and were falling well behind. So I think it's generally government that sets these things.
Okay. Well, because what I've noticed with penalties is that they're always too high for people who regularly break the rules, and they're never high enough for people who don't. And I'm a bit of a worry about the last little bit there. I'm with just, if we're going to agree with the penalty but have a look at it, would be all I'd go, because you're wandering into, the next thing will be people who've got low income or disability going to get cheaper petrol and all that other stuff, or cheaper cars or cheaper batteries. I mean, it's just too complicated. Can we just say, and it doesn't matter whether they agree with the bloody penalty or not if the government's going to set it. So I don't get it. I like the idea of the whole thing down to VI, and I'd dump the rest of it. The government are going to bloody make a decision. If we stick our oar in, it'll be our fault. And whatever it is, it'll be wrong for at least 50% of the people. it won't be high enough, and for the other 50% it'll be too low. So I'm with this down as far as V, but the rest of it I wouldn't touch with a barge pole.
Okay, Maggie?
Kia ora. Look, on 6, I have to say that I support the observations made by Watson and also by Newman. We've heard you explain a tiered approach to how that might come to and then lead up to the 70, but the way that that's worded suggests that it would land on that as the initial. I like that there's the opportunity to review, but I also support that there should be a staggered approach to it, particularly as it comes in. And the review should then be looking at stabilising something that over time, but I don't believe that that's the starting point, certainly in my view, so I share that sentiment. And probably just a little bit of clarity, the advice that was given by Haukura was to amend the submission and advocate for an impact assessment, correctly stated at the other side of the floor, on those Māori in Tāmaki who are disproportionately concentrated in high car dependency areas and lower public transport provisions. These are things that we've been advocating for a while. So potentially the framing, and I can acknowledge that the framing and the way that it's framed has caused some agitation, but the intent behind it is all along this, which aligns absolutely with other low-income earning households, communities, those disproportionately affected, such as people with disabilities and so forth. So I just thought I'd take the opportunity to add some clarity and support the commentary made around 6. Oh, I don't know where the question is. The question is can you take that into account? Can that change?
If that is the will of the committee, then we can make changes.
Sorry, I was talking to Barry about making changes, but we'll come back to that. We'll just get through the question. So what I'm proposing to do is to do it in 2 parts, 1 to 5 and 6 to 10, and do it that way and just keep it simple. But anyway, go back. Does that answer your question, Maggie? Yep. Good. Excellent. Morris?
Yeah, just quickly, I'm sort of a bit worried about my diary management. You said we had a workshop on this last week and no one asked any questions. My diary doesn't show any workshop on time of use charging. Have I made a mistake? There wasn't one? No, so that's why there weren't any questions. Okay. If we keep doing lots of those, we can get through the year a lot quicker, I reckon. That is not having them. Can I just ask, so I will ask a specific question here about, because it's been raised with me and I had never thought of it. What happens if you put a time of use charging regime in and people still have an unbelievable congested trip and take oodles of time still to get to where they were? We'll then be just charging them for something that they were doing free the day before. So do we have a mechanism for the time of use charging to drop out quickly if it's not having the impact that it should have?
This is, again, an issue for August, but if I can just say, we're absolutely designing schemes so that does not happen.
But don't we need to put that in a recommendation to the government that we want something that says you take it off if it's not working?
No, because there's a provision, I think, for review within the legislation. These are regulations about vehicle classes, the ratio between the ratio of charges between vehicle classes, and then this standard penalty fee. So that issue is out of scope of the regulations.
See, although I like the idea of time of use charging, I cannot vote for stuff like that because I think the moment you start putting barriers or lines in the sand, people who have got a disability, what level of disability and how will you enforce that? And what if you've got a disabled tag in the car but granny only drives once a fortnight and then the kids use it for the other days? How do you know that? Because you're going to give the exemption to individual people, but the cars may be driven by those people who aren't exempt. And I don't know how you tie the exemption, because if it's by number plate, because it has to be by number plate, then if you've got a disabled person in your house, you say, hey, Bill, can I take your car today? And they say, yeah, sure. And you get the free trip. So I am opposed, and right from the outset I've said this. The reason Labor got away with doing a fantastic GST in this country was it decided not to put any exemptions for anything whatsoever, and compensate people if you need to by another mechanism. If you need to have social welfare, pay people because they're short of money. But it's impossible. What if somebody is only part Māori? What if David Seymour, who's 16th or 32 Māori, will he get a 1/32th of his bill? I mean, that's how silly this can... That's how silly this gets.
Have you got a question with this, Morris, or is it a commentary?
No, I'm asking, where did you come up with such, what in my view, ridiculous things that haven't got lines of enforcement and that can be completely abused by other members of the House? You may have a very low-income person in the House, registered, and the other's earning damn good money from their drug dealing. They can use your car. So those that you're recommending make no sense for me, and so I'm just going to vote against it because it's not because I'm against time of use charging. I think that submission will become laughable.
Councillor, you'll be glad to hear that the legislation has adopted your point of view. There are no exemptions for low income or for other subgroups. That's very clear in the legislation. We are talking here only about infringements, so people who have incurred the charge but have refused to pay it after a process of warnings and so forth. And it is only for a level of impact assessment to consider any social issues that might arise out of repeat infringements for certain groups of people. So it is not about exemptions to time of use charging at all.
Look, I got that. But that should be for them to go to MSD and say to them, look, I've just had this charge, I can't afford to pay it, can you? You put that into some sort of transport operation, you will have a bevy of thousands of staff answering daily the numbers of coming in, I shouldn't have to pay this, why am I paying that? This is too much, this week I didn't get as much overtime and so I can't afford to pay. Who the hell's going to be the arbiter of all that? It will be a shambles, and I certainly just can't have my name put against something recommendation like this.
Toe.
That's why he was the Minister of Transport, and a damn good one. Exactly my feeling, Morris. But I'm opposed to time of use charges, full stop. And so that keeps me out of it. And I will ask a question when I get to it. Who are we? We're Haukura. 19 iwi around Tāmaki in a shush, in an electoral college, voted for us to sit with the council. Not on the governing board, but around the little committees. And I can't see the benefit of poor working class people being faced with another charge. Honestly, I just can't. It's a population of 5 million, for God's sake. And we can't figure it out? You think that there's no congestion in London? There's 10 million of the little buggers running around there. And they have a congestion charge. Has it been sorted out? No. It's still a prick of a place to drive into and a prick of a place to get out of. So I'm opposed. You haven't taken into, well, not you, but the powers that be, haven't taken into account those particular things. Who faces the charge up front? It's Māori. It's working class people, whether they and I tell you who's up front going to pay for this: the people out south and the people out west. Nobody else, and yeah, a few of the middle class fellas over in the North Shore as well. But essentially, these sorts of schemes are paid for by the lower class, working class people, while rich people and well-off people get to drive on a bus because they got the public transport. They got all the wares, but people out west haven't.
You got a question, Toe?
Yeah, it's coming.
We'll make it quick.
Like Christmas?
Yeah, no, before Christmas, mate. Ask a question.
Oh, no, it will be before Christmas. How did you work how did you work all of this out? How was the $70 worked out? Where's the algorithm? What is the algorithm? Was it based on affordability, or what was it based on?
We didn't work the $70 out. The ministry did, and their argument was that it was in line with the sort of scale of infringement fee that's already in place generally around New Zealand for similar kind of infringements, and was roughly in line with the sort of infringement fees that have been applied in international schemes. So that's why they settled on that number.
Okay, so is there another part of New Zealand that's running a time of use charge?
No.
No one is.
Okay, so how do you base it on something that isn't in use?
I think they were talking about other infringement fees for transport fines, bus lane fines, those kinds of things.
My Warrant of Fitness charge against me cost $400. My review charge cost $200. Why isn't it $200? Why isn't it $400? I mean, so where does it come from?
Okay, we have no further questions. I'm going to move this, and we'll hear it we will vote on it in two parts, 1 to 5 and then 6 to 10. Someone second? Sarah will second. So thank you, team. And sorry I got confused, Hamish. You were dealing with us so often, I got you confused with our transport policy workshop. Okay, discussion. John.
Right, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, a little bit of, well, not like I said, a bit of a dilemma. It's not really a dilemma for me, but where this is council submission on feedback on the proposed regulations, we do include in that, interestingly enough, the feedback from the local board. That's in there, which amongst other things makes the comment across the feedback. The most consistent issue raised is the potential for the disproportionate impacts on low-income households, shift workers, disabled people, residents of our outer suburban and rural areas, and communities with limited access to public transport. A recurring theme is that in the absence of viable alternatives, the scheme may be perceived as punitive or aggressive rather than behaviour changing. So that's going in our submission by the looks of things. When I go to the executive summary, I see that Auckland Council feedback, and it's all those ones up there, including recommend that charging ratios are proposed by scheme boards based on local conditions for ratification by local authorities and approval by ministers. Okay, so these scheme boards, we are recommending that they come up with the charging ratios. We don't know what those charging ratios are. We're led to believe they might be around about $5. That's, if we're lucky, maybe. So that's what we're recommending, $5. As I said, if you're going backwards and forwards, as workers do, 5 days a week, $10 a day, $50 a week, $2,500 a year. If your wife or your missus or your son or whatever's going, they're paying the same if they're doing a similar job. So basically, that's equivalent to another whole household rate, average rates payment. So that's in effect what we're recommending or agreeing to here, unless the scheme boards are going to come up with $1. I don't think they are they? It's going to be $5 or thereabouts. We're also agreeing with the $70 standard penalty fee initially, and I think that word initially is not initially we're going to go down, initially we're going to go up once we've reviewed things. So, we're sitting in place here because essentially agreeing to this, you're progressing things another step. That's what you're doing. You're progressing another step, and some smart aleck in a couple of months' time will say, "Oh, you voted for that. Well, why didn't you go to the meeting, or why didn't you say something?" Well, every time this thing comes up, I do try to say something. So, charging ratios. we're endorsing with the scheme boards. We're agreeing with the $70 standard penalty fee, and we're actually setting in place a review mechanism that could increase that penalty and infringement. The local boards, good on them, they've laid down their more fundamental concerns that go to, you know, the theory or the implication, or the introduction of time of use, congestion charging, whatever you want to have it. And there's any number of real issues here that obviously today we're getting told is not the time to go into it. Fair enough. The disproportionate impact on lower income, those people who don't have access to public transport or other forms of transportation, people who live further away. Boy, that's a lot of people in Auckland live further away. They're the ones that keep getting hit with that. And we've already had a few of these. We had the interim transport levy, Mr. Chair, your predecessor. We had him to thank for that. $342 for people over 3 years. We had the regional fuel tax, 11.5% on every litre of gas you got. And who are the people that got hit most? Well, they're the people who live further away, where the housing is cheaper, where where less affluent people live, like a poor guys up in Whangapraia, where they have to go 2 jobs to keep a living. Especially when you're bottom of the rung in the council hierarchy, you're out there playing your fiddle on the main street in Orewa. So what I'm saying in all seriousness, Mr. Chair, is I'm not going to support this because it's continuing tacit approval for something I fundamentally disagree with. I'm not going to approve it because the specifics in here open up that kind of charging regime where people will be paying potentially $2,500, if not more, a year, and where a punitive fee gets slapped on someone because they forget to pay their toll.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you very much. I share a lot of the concerns around impact on those that we least want to impact, around unintended consequences, and that is why I think that point X is so important, point 10 is so important, because it asks to assess whether or not these unintended consequences are taking place, and so then we can review the system if we need to. Public transport's come such a long way in the city in the last 10 years. Like, it's unrecognisable from the first time I visited the city as a 20-something. But congestion is still an issue, and that is something that impacts lower income people and working class people more, because there is less affordability for the increased petrol costs, and that especially at the moment with the fuel crisis, and especially at the moment we've had record investment in our public transport. If we're going to do this, this is absolutely the moment in which to do it. Those who will still need to take cars should hopefully have a lot of that congestion charge mitigated by the improved productivity, by the reduced fuel costs, because it takes about 20 seconds of having your car on to take $3 or $5 at the moment. The improved productivity and the reduced emissions that we will all benefit from, and lower income people disproportionately take public transport at the moment, and those who can't will have reduced fuel costs as a result of this, I think. So I share those concerns, I absolutely do, which is why I think in order to support it, point 10 is really important for me, and including disabled people in there is important. It's assessing the unintended consequences. It's not about people cheating the system or whatever, because it's not actually connected with that. It's about seeing whether this group of people who have reduced transport choice at the moment, and I cited those reports before, that has not changed in the last 20 years in Auckland. Despite all of the amazing increases to PT, that's not getting to people with certain conditions who have reduced transport choice. And so, it's about assessing whether or not there's any unintended consequences there. And look, I accept I am fortunate to live in Avondale, which if we want to have a fight about whether or not that's West Auckland, we can. It's a controversial topic. But, where I live is great. I took the bike in this morning. Sometimes I take the bus. Sometimes I drive. And that depends. Sometimes which of those things I choose is related to my disability and whether or not I can bike or I can drive. I'm lucky to live somewhere where I have all those options, but this, especially if combined in combination with the fare cap and things like that, this would make me think twice before driving, because that is a choice I do have, and that will have a downstream positive impact on people who don't have that choice and do have to drive, but won't have me clogging up the road as a result. So I'm in support. Thank you for your support on this, on point X there, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Lotte.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair. I'm mainly going to just take this opportunity to thank our local boards for their really, really good feedback, really comprehensive feedback that they've put through. I want to acknowledge the excellent feedback, especially from the local boards in my ward, Otara Papatoetoe Local Board and Mangere Otahu Local Board, but also our fellow and neighbouring local boards in Papakura and Manurewa. And they pretty much all said the same things. They're really, really concerned. They support the intent behind time of use charging, but really concerned about the equity and social impact issues that they can see coming ahead. And I think the chair of the Otara Papatoetoe Local Board put it best when he said, time of use charging is only equitable if there is reliable, affordable and accessible public transport that exists before it goes in. And the potential then, if we put it in before that happens, is that we'll have inequity built into our city's infrastructure. And that's, the real concern that they have. I do wish that our submission did speak to that and did reflect that, but I accept what our staff have said, that they've focused the submission just on the regulations and that more will come to us in August. So I really look forward to what the advice will be in August around how to better advocate for those issues that all of us, I think, agree on. In terms of the recommendations, I accept all of them except for 6, I think that, has it gone? About the $70 fee. Is it still there? Oh, it's still there, okay. Only because maybe, I don't know if it should have said accept rather than agree, because I don't agree with that fee. But everything else I agree with. I do think that it's good for us to say that the ministry ought to assess the impacts of time of use charging and the penalties on certain communities and highlighting certain communities as well. But otherwise, I'm sitting here thinking very carefully, Chair, about whether I'll support all of it or just single out that one part. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thanks, Lotte. Ken?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's all been said. I'll just add a little bit from my area, West Auckland, full of disproportionately number of tradies and sole employed and all that sort of stuff, fanning out across Auckland on a daily basis. Most of them get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to miss the congestion anyway. They'll pay okay, because they're going to be too busy to sit down and go through the exemptions and try to work out how to get past or if they're eligible for them, how to make something complicated. Dearie me. I don't want my name anywhere near progressing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Toe.
Thank you for an extra 5 minutes. I will vote against this, not because I disagree or even agree with some of the parts of it, but I disagree with time of use charge. Here's the thing. The tax department, the IRD, can take money out of your account when and how they want to and by how much. So it's not impossible for there to be a scheme where money is taken out. I just think that we are such a small country, and to burden the lower class, even the middle class, the working class, with an extra cost. And it is about an extra rates on top of what people are being told they have to pay every year. So the little family of 3 or 4 that pays 2.5K, 3K a year on their rates are going to be forced to pay that again because they want to get from A to B. And I'm not into that. I'm not into burdening those families who can least afford it. Like I said earlier, there are other people in our community who can afford it, and good on them. But for the vast majority, an extra cost is exactly that. An extra cost will cost them in food, petrol, whatever down the track. I also agree with Morris. You can't, if you have a scheme, it can't be for half the people and not the other half because somebody's got a gimpy leg or is 1/16 Māori or whatever. You can't do that. That's why, I totally agree, that's why GST is such a good scheme. And at the end of the day, the governing body will have its say. And Haukura isn't part of the governing body, rightly or wrongly. Winston seems to think we are, but we're not. We're not part of that decision-making process. We help the process get to the governing body. We have a secretariat who is full of ideas and full of high IQ to help us get to that position. And I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Toe. Richard?
Yeah, thank you. Today's not about debating congestion charging. This is just our feedback on, do we like the regulations? I like that we have said we don't. I've liked that we've opposed the charging ratios because they should be set locally, but I also like that we've said, can we have nationally consistent vehicle classes? That makes sense. I will vote against if it's okay 6. I think we should have just said note the $70 or oppose the $70 because around the world, actually Melbourne, $30. Even the new one in New York, which is working really well, they have a $5 charge, but if you don't pay in 60 days, it's 50. London's the outlier with £180 if you don't pay, but I think they've had congestion charging for 20, 30 years. There's nothing in here that says that we should have different types of charging or for different types of people. What it's asking for is an assessment of the effects on Māori, disabled people, low-income people. Just an assessment. Everything we do here, if I'm not mistaken, every single paper we have on our agenda has a Māori impact statement. Every day. Because we have a treaty obligation, because it's the right thing to do, but also, as the staff said, Haukura suggested that should be there. It's just an assessment, if we ever have congestion charging, that this will be assessed against the things we've asked. That's all. We're not asking for different payments for different people, but if the assessment says different parts of our community, including Māori, are being affected poorly, then we should act on that. For me, this is literally just the regulations if we put something in place. We don't have to give feedback, but it just means the government, once again, make a direction without us having a say. This is us having a say in the regulations of a law that's already passed. So for me, it's really good that we've got something in place. I don't agree with 6, but the rest seems pretty straightforward, that if we ever do this, we would like to load in our own requirements and push for assessments on the things we think are important. So thank you.
Thank you. Bo.
Thank you, Chair. Some very good comments this afternoon. It would have been interesting, or I would have liked to have seen in that last comment, if they were going to do an assessment to include pensioners, university students, the low income that we talked about, shift workers, and then the residents in the wards with very little or broken transport. So really my shout out is for the youth and the university students, who my daughter is one of them, 21 at Auckland Uni. They started at university very excited and all jumping in the same cars and trying to catch public transport. And as our time went on, their timetables are very different. They can't share transport, they can't get public transport, and these kids have to work. and out in East Auckland, and I heard in Auckland Transport the other day, they said, it's like, we're happy with A to D. I said, what's A to D? They said, A, B, C, D, 4 ports of transport for you. I said, but you're forgetting E, because most people have to walk 20 minutes to get to the actual transport to get A to D. So for the university students and people like that having to come into the city with shift work and that sort of thing, my daughter has to drive now every day to uni, and she has to quickly get back because she works as well. So I don't like the concept of, you know, will they be assessed too, that we will look after our kids instead of them leaving to go to Melbourne or other places where they can go to uni? You know, that's one point that I wanted to bring up. It's a difficult, I actually support time of use charging if it was trying to promote people that live, I heard Desley saying not long ago, you know, it's great for her area, it's like one stop away. Sarah's just said she can bike in and it's one stop away. We've got family that live in Avondale, so I get that. You know, that's good that there's options for those people just for one stop away, and maybe the charges should have been around so many Ks from the city centre where you're like literally a stop away or 1 or 2 stops. But for like the people that have brought up today, well outside of those easy transport routes, and for our university students, I just don't like it at all, I'm sorry. So that's me, thanks.
Thank you. Joe.
Thank you. I get it that this is about the regulations, but I'm glad the local boards went there with their feedback on this scheme, and I appreciated what our local boards had to say. My thoughts are I'm in the same boat regarding 6. In terms of wordsmithing and changing the word to noting or accepting. I look forward to when we get to look into the design of this scheme. That inquiry into congestion charging in 2021 to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee raised the issues of equity, raised the issues of not only equity in terms of income, but also equity in terms of particular areas that didn't have public transport provision. And they seem to, well, the government has said no because the legislation has come out. But they mention using the revenue raised to mitigate the scheme's effect on equity, in addition to reinvesting in public and active transport in the region where the charge applies. So I'm really keen to look into that aspect of how do we provide alternatives for people that live in areas that don't have access to good public transport. And I'm also interested to look in areas where you have high manufacturing, low income jobs, which seems to be in our economic profile, East Tamaki, Highbrook, the airport, North Harbour. So I'd be keen to have a look there. Where else? Yeah, Penrose, where all our manufacturing jobs are. It's because that is the reason why people are getting around, is to drive to work, because there's no other way to get there. So I'm keen to look at it from that angle. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Shane.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think there's been a little bit of a loss of sight of what this vote actually is for and what it's about. This is the submission process, right? The decision makers are the government. And furthermore, I'm planning to support this today because we need to stay at the table to help design schemes. You know, tomorrow they could tell us, here's how it is, and you're just going to lump it. But instead, we're here and we're thrashing out the details to try and make it as best as we can for Aucklanders' interests, and I think that's our role. And so that's why I think we do need to stay at the table. This vote isn't about supporting or opposing congestion charging at all, in my view. It's purely about the regulations. I note the specific wording, and I did note this in my question as well, of point 10, which is X, and the very old money. They recommend an assessment of the impact of the penalty fee. The key word there's assessment. Don't forget that. Don't skip over that bit. That's a very important bit. That bit is asking for information. It is not arguing that anybody is exempt from this or that thing, right? So that's very important. Understand that. I wouldn't want the public to be misled on that particular point. I also pointed out in my questions, and just for completeness to cover it, Henderson Massey Local Board, fantastic idea in their submission, in my view, around exemptions for emergency service providers and not-for-profit charities. And although we're not necessarily putting that through today, I wouldn't mind keeping it on the table for future discussions and future assessments. For example, I'm concerned about St John's, which is a charity providing life-saving services, and they could have huge extra costs with the design as implemented right now. Food bank distributors, and a lot of us have worked with these people and consulted with these people. They count every dollar. They literally count every coin to help people that society has failed in the life and leading a life and surviving in this city. And I would hate for them to be caught up in this kind of thing as well if we can avoid it. So there's been some discussion around exemptions. I want to leave on the floor that there will be exemptions potentially, in my view, that are in the public interest, that are in the interests of Aucklanders, and we shouldn't throw them out necessarily or easily. For completeness, and it's not really for today, because some others have talked about stuff that's not in the resolutions either, so I'll do one too. Look, I've always advocated for any revenue to be specifically earmarked for providing transport options for those affected by the congestion charge. I'm not sufficiently comfortable that that's been considered. I think every money that should be collected by the scheme should be given straight back to the communities that paid for it. And that would be what I'd continue to advocate and submit for. Otherwise, thanks, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Shane. Maggie.
Yeah, kia ora. The discussion has been really helpful for me, and really highlighted that number 10 is lacking. I don't have the confidence to be able to feel that the equity components of what's needed to be considered here has been fully scoped, just from what we've heard at this table. It's been focused on transport. If I was to look at my region, we heard earlier on going up to Brigham seems to be the motorway reach. You've still got another stretch of 80 k's that goes north to Tahana, and that encapsulates our region. Within there, many of those, it's not even about not having access to transport, but also having additional costs that they've got to meet because they don't connect to mains, maintaining their own water, and all these additional costs that they incur just to get by, in addition to making it to and from work. So the observations made by my colleague here, Toe, has certainly got me thinking. My main concern is the rigour that has gone around ensuring number 10, and not even limited to that scope, but the impacts of this isn't going to be detrimental to our Tāmaki region, and that it's equitable. In short, I would have been comfortable to go to 1 to 5, but I just think there's just too many good points here that have been raised to have the absolute confidence to lean into the recommendations that have been suggested. However, I take your point, Councillor Henderson, that we're not here to decide all of that, but rather look into a scheme. So for what it's worth, if any value there, I just wanted to share my thoughts there too, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Maggie. Julie.
Kia ora. I just have 3 quick points. The first is that this is a tool, right? So we have a range of tools in the toolbox, and this is one. Another one would be to enable more housing close to the city centre, close to education, and so on and so forth. That would be another way to help people reduce their risk of ending up being penalised by this scheme. So I look forward to the debates about that are to come, and people being consistent in the approach about bringing down the cost of living in other areas as well. The second is that I won't be, although I do support the feedback, I won't be supporting the $70 standard penalty fee. I think this would have been an important chance for an option around tying penalty fees, noting this is the penalty fee, not the toll, the original charge, to income. So income-related fines, as happens in many countries in Europe, and I thought this could have been actually a really useful way to trial that in New Zealand. So I would have preferred to have seen that as an option. and that would therefore also address the cost of living concerns that people have raised around the table. My final one is a shout out for an amazing tool by Professor Tim Welch, who's at the University of Auckland. If people wanted to get a better sense of which parts of the region are more car dependent, where we could invest better, he has a great tool. Just Google Auckland Transport Access Atlas. Probably if you put in Auckland Transport Access Atlas, those 4 words, 3 of the 4, you'll find it. It's a really cool interactive mapping tool, and I find it really useful for these kinds of debates to get a good understanding of how people are moving around Auckland, where people live, and the impact that it has on their access to transport choices, and how we could make that better. So good job, Professor Tim Welch. Kia ora.
Thank you. No other discussion? Cool. I'll just finish it off as has been said. Oh, Mike, sorry, you go.
Mr. Chair, this has been around for the scheme in various forms. It's been around for 20 years at least, driven by the MOT, and it's always been sold as a sort of a magic formula rather than spending a lot of money on building infrastructure. If you financialise our transport system with penalties and charges and those sorts of mechanisms, that's a smarter way of doing things. But it's never really made sense. On the one hand, it's been argued as an alternative source of revenue for transport, but on the other hand, it's been touted as a behaviour changer. And the two of them are not necessarily equitable, but the first thing about the scheme, and like Tauhenare, I am opposed to time on use charging. Even the name is misleading. It's a euphemism for a tax, another tax on Aucklanders. What are we? The Sheriff of Nottingham. Is it 7.9% rates increase tough enough? Isn't the 7.2% water care household charge increase tough enough for Aucklanders? And we come up with this thing, plus a swinging penalty for people still who have to get used to a completely different system about time and all the rest of it. So this doesn't make sense and it should be rejected in its entirety. It never made sense. The whole idea of it originally was we would bring this system in once we have a mature public transport system. Well, we've just heard from AT, we are still recovering. Recovering from what? Recovering from the floods, they were long ago. No, recovering from COVID. 7 years ago, our public transport system is yet to fully recover, get to the stage of patronage of what it was back in early 2020. So a mature public transport system? No. We've heard the cases of overseas similar systems to this so-called time on use, but they have mature, very efficient, very well used public transport systems. So therefore, perhaps in that sort of environment, it may make sense. That's good on them. But we are not in that situation. This is inequitable. It impacts particularly on working people because it's targeted at the morning rush and the evening rush when the workers go home. And so they're going to be whacked just because they're going to work. And we could ask them to take a train, but let's not go there, especially now. So it's inequitable, and it's inequitable because it's all about Auckland. So the rest of the country will probably be quite happy to let Auckland do this to itself. but they won't be doing it to their own people. The other thing is that we've had the temerity to call on the government to be consistent in the terms of penalties and charges, and yet we have come out with this over-the-top, supporting this over-the-top $70 fine on top of the background charges. In terms of, and inequitable also because working people will be paying for it, but business executives and senior bureaucrats and perhaps even elected people will be probably getting it reimbursed in their expense accounts. It's not a fair go at all. So our submission is not up to standard in my view. It will reflect badly on Auckland, it will reflect badly on Auckland Council, and the exemptions are actually naive, and in their way, I know they're politically correct, but actually by refusing to say no, they actually will be impacting badly on people like Hokura, which is a controversial issue right now. It just doesn't make sense. So I think that we should throw this whole thing out. Auckland people are already being taxed to the hilt. They're going through cost of living crises. They're going through cost of living challenges. The situation in the Middle East is still not in a state of peace. Anything could happen there. I think the time is inappropriate, and this time of use scheme really is a heap of junk. Thank you. I oppose it.
Okay, no more comments, so I'll just wrap up. This has got absolutely nothing to do with whether we like time of use charging or not. This is about the regulations that we have been invited to give submissions on. We are told constantly and we talk constantly about the fact that we hate how Wellington tells us what to do, yet there are people here today who are quite happy for that to happen. If we do not make any submissions, if we remain silent on this, Wellington decides we don't get a say. And so you've had your go, Mike. We just sit there and say nothing. This is about the regulations. Surprisingly, some people have gone down rabbit holes today. Well, we pull ourselves out of our rabbit holes and we will deal with this. We have to, in all honesty, give submissions to the government who have asked us for it. It is irresponsible of us as a council not to do that on this item, which is going to affect us. The other thing, if you read on page 83 of the agenda, it talks about any Auckland scheme is likely to be several years away. It is not going to be introduced next week, next year. It is going to be several years away. And we will have the ability, as Shane said, to shape what any scheme might look like if we decide to put it in place. If we don't, we are tacitly saying that we're quite happy with the congestion that draws our city to a halt. So this is about the regulations. I implore you to allow us to have our say so that Wellington is not dictating to us what things might look like. And you can sit there and vote against it if you like, but never come here and complain about Wellington telling us what to do. We're going to do this in three things. We're in three bits. We are going to do 1 to 5, then we will do 6 by itself, then we will do 7 to 10. And so for those, because there's been quite a lot of people concerned about the $70, you will have the opportunity to vote against it. The sky will not fall in if that isn't provided to the government. So that's how we're going to do it. And so, yeah, Desley's got to go. So we will put 1 to 5. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No, that's cool. So we've already had the vote. So it was carried on the voices. 1 to 5, yep, and you can have your names recorded against on 1 to 5, no problems at all. I didn't realise, well, no one told me that we were doing it online. Yeah, so I wasn't availed of that was going on.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, just to make your life even more exciting. See, I'm only prepared to vote for 3, 4 and 5 and I don't support the rest of it. So can you make a variation on that for me? No. Otherwise, I'll just vote against it.
Yeah, so are we doing a division? Did someone, I never heard anyone called division. So no one called division. It was carried on the voices. If you want your votes against parts of that, then make sure that you tell the staff and they will record it against it. Now hang on, well, let's get through the votes first, shall we, before we start running around. Yeah, so we will now vote on number 6. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And we're on 6. So those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? No. It's opposed on voices. Lost on voices, and now we go 7 to 10. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And opposed? No. Ooh. No, it wasn't. So, yeah, so it's too late. So, by hands. So those in favour say... It's so... Just who's... Yeah, so... Hands, those in favour, raise your hands. 7 to 10.
Seven, 4?
7. Those opposed, raise your hands. It's lost.
11, 12.
Okay, so there we go. So we still have bits and pieces to go, so thank you. We will now go to the next item on the agenda, which is the status on action decisions. Someone like to move? Oh, hang on, hang on. We'll just take a 2-minute break while people come round and talk about their what they want to talk about. Items on block, unless there's some mighty opposition to that. So that is a status on action decisions, forward work program.
What is moved?
and summary of information. So Lotu has moved. Someone like to second? Thank you, Victoria. Are there any discussion, or is there any discussion? Nothing. Any questions? No. All right, those in favour say aye. And against carried, and that ends that meeting. Thank you very much. Happy days.